Я навчався в цій школі. З цієї сторони у нас був молодший корпус. Це крило – це старший корпус. Як бачите, практично нічого не залишилося. Тут потрібно будувати тільки нову школу. Ремонту не
треба.
Крах усіх надій, бо ця школа – це моє життя. Мені було дуже страшно, коли я повернулася у місто, взагалі зробити перші кроки, щоб подивитись на масштаб руйнування.
Вийшов на зв'язок з батьками, з їхніми, з директором школи. Вчителі, до речі, всі повернулись, сказали, хочете працювати, треба відновлюватись, треба повертатись. Вчителі всі послухали, всі повернулися. І вони приклад подали нашим цим молодим сім'ям, що потрібно повертатися.
Ми у фонді SafeEd багато працюємо з громадами, які постраждали від війни, і допомагаємо їм відновлювати доступ до освіти. І ми бачимо, що кожен регіон і навіть окремі громади в ньому, окремі населені пункти, села, селища, вони мають свої дуже відмінні одне від одного наслідки війни і головне те, як їм можна допомогти. Ми ініціювали це дослідження наслідків другого року війни Росії проти українських шкіл, аби зрозуміти, як все-таки відбувається освітній процес в Україні і, зокрема, як наслідки цієї війни долають дуже різні громади в різних областях. Крім того, що загалом важливо аналізувати те, як навчаються українські діти, нам дуже важливо адвокувати потреби освіти і те, як саме можна допомагати громадам, нашим міжнародним партнерам. А ми зараз перебуваємо в тому моменті, коли не можна в однаковий спосіб допомогти всім. І наша мета – показати ті різні ситуації, різні контексти і різні варіанти підтримки тим, хто цього потребує.
Для кожного управлінця для прийняття якісних рішень важливо володіти інформацією, якісними даними. Завдяки таким дослідженням ми отримуємо ці дані, і це надзвичайно важливо для формування власне тої рецептури реакції в вигляді державних політик, які ми здійснюємо на ті суспільні болі, які ми маємо на місцях, в громадах, в селах, містечках. Дуже важливо саме інтеграція на рівень громад. Попри те, що я стараюсь особисто виїжджати на місця, зустрічатись з освітянами в громадах, на прифронтових територіях в тому числі, але кожна ситуація унікальна. І допомога і громадських організацій, і партнерських організацій, які фінансують ці дослідження, вона є важливою і цінною для вироблення якісних політик Міністерством освіти.
Дорогі колеги, друзі.
Dear colleagues, we are happy to welcome you at the presentation of the research initiated by SafeEd. SafeEd, along with Vox Populi, we support ULEAD with Europe and the Ministry for Education of Ukraine. Today in this room there are people who care of education, United by Education, the Ministry for Education and Science of Ukraine, also our partner organizations. non-government organizations, charity foundations, communities. And the main thing is teachers and tutors who have arrived today to us from the entire country, who have come via 100 kilometers to be with us to share their concerns. I would like ourselves to applaud them and welcome them because they are the ones who are working locally and create the education in spite of the difficulties. For the second time since fully-fledged invasion, we present the research about the impact of war on education, and we discuss what we can do locally, that we return to children the right to education, as a right which was cynically stolen from them. And to the least extent, we would like this study to become a tradition. I said it was for the second time, because as soon as possible, preferably next year, it would be desirable if we come together to discuss how the restoration takes place and the transformation of education in Ukraine after the victory. I am Olenka Severenchuk, head of Save Ed Charity Foundation. On behalf of the team, which has delegated me to this stage, I will present the results of the study, will share the most interesting findings from that study. Yet, before I start, I would like to request to put on the screen the video welcoming address from a person who is our ambassador in Europe and who promotes the interests and lobbies the interests of Ukraine, and who did their best that the presentation of this research today takes place. This is director of the program, You Lead with Europe, Bastian Feigl.
Lead with Europe, I'm pleased to welcome you at the presentation of the study results, War and Education, 2 years of full-scale invasion, that was successfully carried out by SAVE together with Vox Populi. Since February 2022, with shelling and direct hits, a normal access to education in Ukraine was no longer possible. The full-scale invasion of Ukraine has massively disrupted the delivery of education to children because of war-related damage, destruction, and displacement. Given such conditions, more than half of Ukraine's school children have transitioned to online education, which has been challenging due to the lack of equipment, unstable internet connection, and the absence of personal contact with teachers and fellow students. In recognition of the huge challenges that municipalities and their schools were facing, the European Commission's Service for Foreign Policy Instruments has provided You Lead with Europe with additional resources to help rehabilitate war-affected local education systems and increase the access to education. As the full-scale war is still ongoing, there is a pressing need to make adaptive changes to the educational process, particularly in regions most affected by the war, and especially in smaller municipalities. Integrated and more holistic approaches are necessary to build back better within the established vision of the new Ukrainian school and the concept of the new educational space, to keep schools resilient in providing education services in future. The study that will be respectively presented today is essential in terms of analyzing actual cases, concerns, and challenges, interests and practices, local policies pertaining to the recovery of access to education in different regions of Ukraine under the current military situation. We believe that such a report forms a critical step in developing targeted, evidence-based, and sustainable transformations to support municipalities in creating better conditions for the provision of educational services, even in the most challenging circumstances. With that, You Lead aims not only to support education in smaller municipalities, but to reinforce their future stability and the well-being of its residents. Therefore, I once again congratulate our colleagues as well as the representatives of municipalities on the successful completion of the study and wish you a fruitful discussion today. Slava Ukraini!
Дякуємо Бастіану і дякуємо.
Thank you, Bastian. I would like to thank you, Lead with Europe, which since 2016 made a lot, did a lot for the communities. They both support financially the communities and they help them to create their strategies. And by the way, this year, jointly with ULEAD, we opened 25 digital educational centers in Mykolaiv, Kharkiv, Kiev, sometimes the only centers of education in communities. Therefore, I would like to thank our partners. Within the last year, 12 months, our team traveled 30,000 kilometers throughout the country, Mykolaiv, Kharkiv, Dnipropetrovsk, the north of Kiev Oblast, Chernigiv Oblast, different oblasts, different communities and challenges. However, they are all united by one thing. There are children who return in spite of the war and who are waiting that they will be helped. The children who play on the ruins of schools and kindergartens. And the worst thing is that this becomes the norm. And we can do different things from them. We can have the schools repaired, we can equip the shelters, we can open a temporary school, we can provide psycho-emotional support, the program of bridging the educational gap. And what the first thing we can give them, as it is repeated by Anya Novosad, this is hope. This is the indicator that we cannot never add as a performance indicator into our application. This indicator is hard to measure, and yet this is most important what we can give to our children today. Often we are asked where in Ukraine is safe, where one can restore access to education, where to invest. In such situations, I open my telephone and show one of the pictures, like this one. This is Romny, Sumy region, the south of it, at the crossing with Poltava and Chernigiv, where in the end of August, beginning of the new academic year, the drone arrived, destroyed school, four people died, the school administration who prepared the school for opening. Or the city behind the front line, Lviv, which looked safe. The city which was damaged on 29th of December from the missile strike, Diana Lyceum, a few dozens of meters from which there was a strike of Russian missile. On purpose, Russia destroys our schools. Always those are cynical acts. As of today, according to the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, from the war, more than 1,600 schools were damaged, 212 of which have been fully destroyed. There is no unified solution for the community, as Anya told in her video. There is no trajectory or roadmap how we can help those communities. Yet, for sure, we need to focus and we need to rely on the results of our subjective opinions and the results of numbers and facts. And this is one of the objectives of why we are doing this study every year. Few words about the study. This year it consists of two parts, qualitative and quantitative research. The quantitative covered 120 schools throughout the country. The respondents took part from all the oblasts of Ukraine, 4,000 respondents, 1,400 teachers, 2,000 parents, also 1,400 students, also representatives of local government and administrations of schools. And actually, the most interesting, which is in the study, is a comparison. What is the reaction of different respondents to the two particular questions? The second part of the study is qualitative. With the team, we have read this out. This is a good documentary reading before going to bed. I recommend to read it. Honest, true stories from the people who live in the communities close to the armed hostilities, the communities that were damaged mostly from the war. You can see those communities and those oblasts on the screen. Those results have been interpreted by our team, as a team of researchers, on purpose. On purpose, we did not remove and we did not edit those quotations of people because they contain the pain and also hope that they are talking about. The main thing is that the war is over, and there is energy and there is attitude. Everything will be rebuilt because people are willing to do so, and there is cohesion. We are on the pause because health and life are most important values. Quite many of you are taking pictures. This can be found in the qualitative research, and this is what actually strikes us mostly. As a result of the study, the team was involved for the last actually half a year. We have 3 reports. The first of them is a brief, the most interesting finds from the research. The second one is quantitative research, fully fledged quantitative. And the grey book are the cases of the communities that we recommend to you to read, recommend to study. You all could take those manuals on the registration desk. If you did not register, also by QR codes, you can download them in the digital format. Sharing the methodology of the study, sharing what was actually put down, how did they happen. I invite the person who was involved in the study in the deepest way, the founder of Vox Populi, Olga Żmurko. Olga, you have the floor. I would like to welcome you. My name is Olga Żmurko. I'm a sociologist. Today I have the honor to present our great team of researchers who were involved in the implementation of this research project. Today I have quite an interesting mission, which is to briefly discuss how and why those instruments that we have chosen, we have done our study. How did we receive the data that we can consider reliable, that one can depend on in the context of development of policies, further policies, and also to better understand what is happening locally, what happens in the communities, and what people are doing at their place in the field of education. We have studied the preparation to that study jointly with the colleagues from SafeEd Foundation more than half a year ago. And we have discussed a lot because the sphere of education, we cannot say it was not researched during the war, yet it was important for us to review the sphere of education as social phenomenon in a wider context. We understood that intentional destruction of educational infrastructure, those human and personnel and other losses that every day are carried by people having to do with education, is actually the result of nothing else as a genocide of Ukrainian identity from the part of Russia. This is the result of destruction, intentional destruction of our social capital, which here and now leads to educational losses, deterioration of the successfulness of the students, and this is discussed in PISA study, which was presented in the end of the past year. And the results are quite dissatisfactory, which made quite many experts concerned. If we take into account that context and we have a look at the notion of educational losses a bit wider, like comprehensive phenomenon, as a phenomenon which is about deprival of children of their development during the war, as a phenomenon which is a complex challenge for our post-war and also during the war, restoration, which anyway takes place sporadically in particular communities. Therefore, we've tried to look at the educational losses as a certain set of challenges and factors, and also we did our best to study those challenges which are connected to education during the war, and in particular in smaller communities, in the pre-frontline communities. And also we did our best to study the practices and certain diversity of experiences which are applied, possessed and deployed in their day-to-day activities by the people who have directly to do with restoration of the sphere of education. So the methodology is actually the methodology of the study is a little bit strict and serious procedural thing, a process. In our context, however, in the context of the war, in the context of the challenges that we have, achievement of the respondents, mobility of our interviewers, I speak of the implementation now, it was important for us to make and formulate the toolkit and a design that would be realistic from the perspective of implementation. As Olenka said before, we have focused on two approaches, quite traditional for sociology, the qualitative and quantitative. The quantitative are numbers, statistics. This is what will help everyone, the entire audience, the readers' audience, the key beneficiaries of our study, to understand the trends, the scale of the problem and problems, also to compare the groups, the attitudes, the opinions of particular questions. This is fully reliable, representative data that we can discuss as reliable because we have designed the sampling which is justified from the perspective of sociological methodology. It has included randomly selected 120 schools. In those schools, we have chosen students above 14 because a student of that age with their consent, with consent of their parents, can participate in the study. In the same way, we have selected, with the help, of course, and with the support of the educational institutions, the parents of the students. We have involved the teachers to the study, as well as school directors. What is important? In all communities where the schools were selected, we have also interviewed the education managers, the representatives. They are coded as local governments. Those are representatives of local governments that understand, have the understanding, and who understand the problems in the education, and who took also part in the representative study. Below there is data of the theoretical error of the sampling. I believe that most of you know this. This is a code word, theoretical error of the sampling. In our case, the smallest theoretical error for the largest sampling of students, and it's obvious that the largest theoretical error, it means that we have, with certain understanding,
So we took into account the accuracy of the answers, and we analyzed these samplings in order to identify the answers of the local government representatives. Once again, for you to remember it better, you can see the numbers featuring in our study, the people that have been questioned for our survey, the regional distribution. Probably something which is interesting here, and you must have been confronted with this many times in sociological studies as a rule. They prefer to divide provisionally the geography of the territory, and our representatives were split into geographies as well. And here we applied a non-traditional, non-conventional approach. We singled out the west of the country as opposed to the center and the north and prefrontal areas of Ukraine. Basically, it's not perhaps very much evident why we decided to go about doing that way, but the prefrontal areas in our study carried a particular analytical weight and sense. In the text of our study, in the text of our report, we speak separately about the prefrontal areas and regions of Ukraine in terms of our geographical distribution as the areas and regions that posed with the greatest, highest risks. And this is how we divided the geography of Ukraine in terms of risks. In terms of gender division and distribution, there's an interesting illustration to present to you. In the studentship, we had nearly 50-50 boys and girls, but among the representatives of people who professionally have to do with education, men and women, we can see that predominantly these were women. Among parents, once again, the predominant majority were women because they participate more actively in their children's school life. With reference to the whereabouts of our respondents, the places where they are based, there's an interesting observation. The absolute majority of our respondents were the ones who are based in the same locales, in the same settlements where their educational institutions are based. And interestingly, the least number of representatives of these three macro regions I alluded to previously, once again, the fewest number of the people that stay in the same settlement where their educational establishment is. I think it stands to logic and obvious to a certain extent. This is logical for the prefrontal regions, about 75%, although this is a significant indicator. Amongst our respondents, among school children, 10% are the children who identified themselves as IDP children. 6% of the children polled from the general sampling were the school children who are based abroad. They were displaced out of Ukraine. Nevertheless, they still preserve connections with their educational facilities where they keep studying, and in this way, they were also able to participate in our survey. Now, let me move on to the methods of the qualitative component that we applied. In sociology, we call it qualitative, not only because it provides us with qualitative data at an upshot stage, but also because within such studies we can dig deeper to certain insights. We can understand people's motivations. We can explain the numbers that you have already seen or will be seeing during the day on the screen. We can also come by some of the stories that can be illustrative of our findings and conclusions. What's interesting concerning our qualitative component, it's not very much representative. We as scientists had to show a great diversity of experiences that people have when they reside in prefrontal areas and communities, in the deoccupied communities, the people with the experience of occupation, and this relative approximation to the front line, the experience of occupation and deoccupation, as well as substantial damage inflicted on the educational facilities. All of this has become the set of criteria that we lent on when choosing the respective communities for us to study. We had a few methods, let's put it this way, to select the communities for this particular study, because we used the data of our quantitative component where we had the so-called outliers, that is to say certain communities that stood out against the background of the rest of communities, and we also utilized the information from SafeEd colleagues, counterparts provided to us, given their big share of experience, the work in the fields. We were also keen to learn about some big cases from their experiences. So in the final selection, the final set of the case studies that we came up with, that included 15 communities from the 7 regions of Ukraine. In each of these communities, we spoke with at least 7, sometimes more, 7+ respondents, as we call them, key informants, for the sake of sociology. But in fact, these are living and breathing, very fine, fantastic people who were able to share with us their experiences of living through different points in their lives, overcoming stresses, which in the prefrontal areas and communities people unfortunately are faced with on a day-to-day basis. Personally, for me, it was the most important value and an opportunity not to get it lost behind the statistics, the stories of the real people. And I'm sincerely grateful to the team of the fund that have been helping us to get across these stories to you via our report. And to wrap it up, one more point to mention. We were posed with not a rhetorical question right at the outset of this study when we went into the communities, when we wanted to see it all with our own eyes, when our moderators and interviewers were able to witness the results of the shellings, and sometimes they became witnesses of direct hits, like in the Dnipropetrovsk region. We endeavored to understand how communities in these hard times, living people, authorities, educators, children and their parents, how they perceive education. Is this just a component of their community life, or is it still an opportunity for them to focus their efforts and make sure that education becomes a point of unification for the whole community that will eventually get renewed and recovered? So I hope that today you will find the answers to all of these questions as we continue presenting the results of this research. And of course, make sure that you read the full text of this report. We hope that it will come in handy and will be helpful. Thank you very much, Olga.
Онлайн, напевно, з 8 класу. Спочатку дуже дивно це було, що там ти повинен надсилати якісь ці завдання там, з телефону. Потім вже звикли до цього. Вже починали працювати, тому що розуміли, що це потрібно для нас більше, що потім нам буде багато чого наздоганяти. Якраз 24 лютого ми повинні були вийти з карантину в школу, повернутися. І я прокинулась десь о 7-й, о 6-й десь. Бо чула, як грає телевізор, почула новини, що якось новини були незвичні. Говорилось про якісь вибухи, і я якось не зовсім розуміла, що відбувається.
В багатьох містах України було чутно вибухи. Ми вводимо воєнний стан.
О 6:30 мені пролунав дзвінок, що робити, чути вибухи. Той мікрорайон міста, де живу я, в принципі, не дуже було щось чути. Тому я сказала, чекайте, що ми будемо говорити, яке буде розпорядження, особисто я йду на роботу.
З перших годин війни ми чули і вибухи, і чули, як їхали танки. Але тоді ще ми якось не розуміли те, що у нас починається ця окупація.
Звичайно, ми вже отримали повідомлення про те, що ворог перейшов кордон, але замість того, щоб бігом тікати, ми швиденько ховали все, що могли заховати. Тобто нашу техніку, всі важливі речі, журнали, особові справи учнів.
На території вокзалу було багато влучань, це і в п'ятиповерхівку, і у самі приміщення автовокзалу, залізничного вокзалу. Коли відбувалися обстріли вокзалу, то навіть з моєї будівлі було чути ці постріли, було чути гуркіт танків, було чути артобстріли.
Почали ходити слухи, що вже є окупанти в нашому місті, що вони ходять по вулицям. Ми почали виключати ввечері світло, щоб не горіло, щоб не бачили там з вулиці, що тут хтось є. Ми ніколи не впадали в відчай. Сприймалося такими жартами. Ми вирішили все-таки виїжджати, залишили тата разом з котом вдома. Були такі часи, що і хвилювались, тому що не знали, що тут відбувається, там, і інколи тато не брав трубки, але він все-таки знаходив якісь такі місця, щоб можна було зловити зв'язок. Потім, коли дізналися про звістку, що Тростянець звільнено, вони самі ще тут цього не знали. Ми їм зателефонували, вони цього якось не дуже вірили в це, але потім вже почали ходити по вулицям, вже зрозуміли, що нікого тут немає, що все вже тут добре. З перших днів, напевно, вже телефонували вчителі, вже говорили, що вони вже хочуть проводити уроки.
Ми почали з того, що працювали гуманітарку, видавали всім мешканцям міста і одночасно прибирали наш заклад. І в квітні місяці у нас розпочалося навчання, але навчання було дистанційно.
За день до Великдню ми повернулися, тато нас зустрів, ми приїхали, і я навіть не передам, що я тоді відчувала. Зараз це, напевно, більше сльози радості. Навчаючись в 11 класі, я стикнулася з проблемою, що зараз тяжко навчатись. Я знаю, що в деяких школах нашого міста 11-класники виходять в школу один раз. Мені здається, це дуже мало.
І на канікулах у нас постійно були консультації, що осінні, що зимові канікули. Весь час діти біжать до школи. Я б сказала, що вони з радістю біжать.
Зараз багато ми маємо перепон, які заважають. Постійні повітряні тривоги, ми зриваємося з місця, маємо йти в укриття, яке знаходиться там навіть не в нашій території. Дуже хотілося б, щоб у нас якось більше було можливостей, і діти почували себе якось більш безпечно і комфортно.
In fact, Anya studies remotely for the 5th year running, but not even from the 8th grade at school, but from the 7th grade at school. And those 11th graders who are about to graduate from schools have been studying remotely for the 5th year in their lives. We intentionally started with the video that I personally have seen probably for the 10th time, but you cannot watch it indifferently. And we started with adolescents because if you have been through the text of our report, you must have seen that the significant share of this report is dedicated to the sentiments, the moods of the young people, of adolescents, which is why we have taken two big blocks, one about the teenagers and their sentiments, another one will be dedicated to their teaching faculty, because it's impossible to cover everything, otherwise we would be sitting here for at least 4 hours to hear it all. We are having some technical difficulties, it seems, as usual. No matter how many events you conduct, no matter how many algorithms have been worked through, there's always something coming up with the presentation. In fact, the video that has just been demonstrated to you while this presentation is being tackled with, this is a series of 5 to 6 minute videos from our focus communities, showing how these communities are going through the experiences of war. We're very much thankful to Alexander Nebelovich, the director of these videos, which you will also be able to access on our site, and I'm sure in other sources they will become available likewise in a while. So let me know when the presentation is ready.
Так, я, звісно, можу говорити і так.
Of course, I can speak without the presentation, but it's much better to see the numbers, the statistics. Let's take a small break.
Буклетик, щоб я з цифрами не помилилась. Я включу це, знаєте, весільну тамаду.
I'll be trying to find my feet anyway, using the text of the report, the paper text. As soon as I spot the proper page, the presentation will pop up on the screen, I know. Oh, it won't.
З'явиться. Може, що зараз клікер не буде працювати, знаєте, це теж.
Another piece of trouble, the clicker will fail. So it is. It's not working. Hooray. Here we are. Thank you, guys. I know it's not your fault, but these things are inevitable. All right. Talking about the psycho-emotional state of the school children, one of the questions that we posed to our respondents was how quiet or anxious school children themselves feel. But we questioned not only the children, but also the administrators, educators, teachers, their parents about the same. The positive outcome was that more than 50% of all of the respondents answered that the children feel, as the respondents of the children replied themselves, they feel rather tranquil and calm, or very tranquil and calm. It's natural that the people feel a variety of different emotions. Of course, you can read in greater detail about the sentiments and moods, as well as the presence of anxiety in the children. It's natural because the numbers that are presented at the bottom, it's something that the parents unfortunately do not recognize it in their children. They are sure that their children are not anxious at all. It's 12% of the children polled. But I would like to remind you, it's about 160 school children, 160 personal life stories, the children who require this support and they do not feel this support. And the administrators and parents, unfortunately, do not recognize it. Concerning whether or not school children require this mental, emotional support, 6% of the school children polled said that they are in great need of this support. Once again, if we compare it against the results obtained from their parents, it's only 2%. And once again, it may strike us that this 2% is not that significant. But once again, in this context, it's a pretty sizable number of people. 20% said that they rather need it. That is to say, they speak in favor of this need. 36% of the children polled versus 49% of the parents of these children, which is 13% more than the children's percentage. They say that there is no need for children to reach out for this support, and 38% of children and 28% of their parents seem to say that they do not need any psychological support at all. So children articulate their need for that in a greater way. Unlike this, if we take a look at the next scale and the next question, which refers to the academic support, something which is very relevant. We are talking about catching up with educational losses. So you can see 32% of the children, the top yellow of this bar on the left, show that they are in dire need of this academic support. 39% say that they do not need that much of support, although they wouldn't decline any support rendered to them. And 11% of these children say it's difficult. 17% said that they don't know how to answer the question, and 11% say that they don't need it at all. Probably sometimes it's hard for the kids to articulate what they feel. But nevertheless, if we compare the psycho-emotional support and the support rendered in the academic catching up, once again, the second academic necessity to catch up with the educational losses is articulated more actively.
How the success rate changed compared to the pre-war period? It's interesting because administration and teachers are far more critical about the situation because they believe there was deterioration of the performance in 63% of students, and this is what is discussed, and 63% of teachers as discussed by the school administrators. According to the students, 39% said the academic performance has improved. This can be only measured by having the high-quality diagnostics, understanding where the gaps are. Obviously, the answer to children is subjective. The assessment from children is probably subjective. What has affected mostly the academic performance in the year 22-23? We speak of the past academic year. We did not study this year. This is about the past one. It's also interesting. Children say that this is a problem of motivation, and parents allege that the remote format. The teachers also speak of a lack of motivation and also people being lazy as inability to take efforts. Administration agrees with both. Motivation is missing and also a remote format can be alleged. But what is mostly interesting during the entire study, especially the qualitative part, nobody heard from students that they allege teachers or school administrations that they have certain gaps in their knowledge, and this is really valuable. A joint opinion for all groups of respondents is that air alerts is the main obstacle for studies. At the same time, a huge difference between the assessment of children, parents, teachers, and school administrations. 75% of teachers, 87% of school administrations allege the air alerts. They believe they are the main obstacles for education. And more than one half of students and parents. However, among the main obstacles to education, in addition to air alerts, they have not been included here, the students and teachers quoted the following. Some of the subject matters are less successful, 44% of students. This is a key obstacle for education versus 28% in teachers. The pupils articulate more honestly that yet some subjects are more difficult, and this is one of the main obstacles. If to look into the teacher scale, the main criterion and barrier is quoted lack of technology, lack of equipment. Some technical and material matters quoted by teachers, unlike with the knowledge ones quoted by children. There are too many subjects. Another reason, I remind that children who took part are teenagers 14 plus who will study in their senior high school. Therefore, those numbers confirm the need for changes in the senior school that the ministry is actively working on, and the Ministry of Education and Science is trying to reform, as a number of civic organizations concerned teachers who believe and they know that those changes are necessary. Which factors define the success of education? This is one of my favorite tables, which can be interpreted by hours. We have no time to focus on it in detail. However, all of the respondents and children and administrations, local governments have agreed that the personal efforts and the willpower is the key factor of success in the education. What does it mean, top two, and most important, the respondents had to prioritize those who have the biggest impact, and also that too means that this factor is occupies the first top places, and the first place as a factor. The students believe that their personal efforts, their willpower is most important, is 43% of students, and this is the largest factor of all that have been proposed in the study. The teachers, once again, 28% of children are saying that in order to be successful, there must be a good teacher. Among top two factors by importance, the teachers agree to the lesser extent, and also they agree 20% of the teachers. Format of the education is not that critical. Among the students, 27% have quoted it as one of the important ones. Also, impact of the situation, influence of friends and their support, attention of parents. If teachers and parents' size of the family is not that important, 17.22%. The teachers, however, 38% of teachers, and among the teachers, that factor is in the top two. If we deduct personal efforts and the willpower, 38% of teachers believe that one of the key factors is family and support in the family. The support received from teachers in order to bridge the educational gaps. 85% of students, 97% of teachers, 98% of teachers, most of them have quoted that yes, educational losses are in place. What is the format of bridging the educational gaps? Additional classes, video materials, for independent studies. This is quoted by 40% of students, 36% of parents, 67% of teachers. Individual and group consultations, according to the teachers, they provided 3 times more of them than they were received by students. It was actively discussed, as I can see. There was active response. Those are the results of the survey. They are not actually to criticize anything. This is actually the roadmap, what to do with it. Just 1% of teachers quoted that they provided no support to children. There can be different reasons, personal reasons. We are not sure. 27%, 1/3 of the teachers believe that no support was received. 44% actually of students have responded that all of them or most of them have provided particular support, some kind of support. The most interesting one about plans for the future, 33% of students, 27% of parents have quoted that yes, children have particular plans, 47%, 54%, they had different options, what they would like to do after the schools, 19%, absolutely the same number, don't know what they would like to do, and they decide. Maybe the reason is that the children who took part, some of them are 17, those who are 14, and those who are 14, 15 cannot give any answer of where they would like to go after the school. The desirable realistic scenarios of the future after the school. The question that we have discussed most often by the community, whether they should go to university, what to do with vocational schools, how to promote, whether children want to go to vocational schools after school, whether it's appropriate to take the gap year, which is quite unusual for Ukrainian community, maybe give some time to relax. The results are here. 36% of the students, as the key scenario, believe joining the leading university of Ukraine, and this is still the main priority of students after the school. Desirable, realistic. Desirable is answering the question what we would like to do after the school. Realistic, to what extent do you assess your chance, your capacity to implement that scenario? And the error of 5%, parents are more confident, they are sure that for 38% of the interviewed teenagers, joining the leading universities is not quite realistic. Joining another university of Ukraine, not a leading one, probably the regional one, 17% of children quote that this is a desirable scenario, and this is a desirable scenario for 24% of parents. Regretfully, there is no big enthusiasm of joining vocational colleges and schools, vocational schools, especially for the ministry. This is a signal that the reform of vocational schools must continue, and the promotion of the working class professions is really important. I would like to remind that in Ukraine, the indicator of joining their vocational schools is lowest. In Europe, in developed countries like Finland, Germany, that indicator is about 50%. Vocational schools are chosen by 50% of students after graduation from school. For some reason, none of the parents have expressed any excitement with such a scenario as creating the family after finishing school. However, 2% of students have reviewed such a scenario, and 2% of students are about 30 children. In more detail, this can be studied in the report. Please draw your attention that we had the option joining the military service. 4% of students review this scenario as possible, yet being a volunteer is not yet popular. We believe that there is high indicator if you compare it with those willing to join vocational schools. This is the same. Of the school graduates would like to join vocational schools or to take the gap year. It's a magic stick. I have few of them. To what extent you're confident that out of school you can join a particular educational institution? 71% of students are confident they can join the education, professional, technical schools, colleges. 72% are confident that they can join a non-leading university. 55% are confident that they can join the leading university of the country. Quite similar and optimistic scenario out of four interviewed groups of respondents. Where would you like to live? Where children would like to live after graduation from school? Once again, there can be quite an active response to those results, because 26% of children, 23% of parents have quoted that they would like that their children live, or children say they would like to leave the country and live abroad. And honestly speaking, that number is higher because those 20% that are not sure most probably are also reviewing this kind of scenario. Yet we would like to suggest to look at it from the positive perspective, because more than 50% of children would like to stay in Ukraine. Some of them, 29%, most probably would like to live in the same municipality as they live now, and 23% would like to move from that municipality where they live right now. Generally, 1/3 of students in the city, 31%, would like to move abroad. In the villages, the indicator is 16%. Once again, in the detailed reports, you will see the difference between urban and rural school children. From the urban areas, more children see their future abroad. That indicator tells of their horizon of planning. The capabilities open before the children from smaller villages, because those children who today study abroad, the vast majority of them are children from big cities, like Kiev, Kharkiv, and Lviv. Much fewer children from the villages. Nearly all children have returned back to the villages. And I'm confident that this will be discussed during our discussions. This can be confirmed by communities that have visited the conference. This confirms the statement that smaller villages haven't forgotten, with 50 to 100 children, require more support rather than major cities. And this was demonstrated by results of the study, a PISA study, that we have actively discussed 2 months ago. What will be the future of Ukraine? The adults are more optimistic in their predictions, quite optimistic or rather optimistic. 70% plus of the adults, all three groups of the respondents, parents, teachers, administrations, the students are more pessimistic, 25%, neither pessimistic nor optimistic, 23%, rather pessimistic or very pessimistic. However, this can be also related that teenagers usually are capable, inclined towards pessimism. This is common for them. Therefore, yes, indeed, there is such a number, and also we have to do something about it, and we cannot say that it was critical. 1,700 children in our community before the war. At this time, in our institutions, just 100 children less.
Вони всі абсолютно виявили бажання навчатися за дистанційною формою в наших закладах.
1 червня – це День захисту дітей. 102 дитини прийшло на стадіон, ну, там цукерки діткам були, вони організували такі спортивні змагання.
І раз діти повернулися, раз повернулися батьки, повернулися люди, збереглися вчителі, я думаю, що ми на правильному шляху і що ми робимо, як кажуть, свою роботу. І саме головне нам відновити повноцінний навчальний процес.
Діти – це наше майбутнє.
Раніше практично щонеділі на даній сцені проходили концерти. А зараз просто ми сидимо і все. Тому що ми знаходимося там 70 кілометрів від нуля. І в будь-який момент може щось прилетіти. І зараз збирати концерти – це трішки небезпечно. Якщо не буде дитина розвиватися, якщо в неї не буде доступу до освіти, буде біда. У мене 3 дітей. Це моя опора, натхнення. Є заради чого жити. Щоб не було війни для початку. Не буде війни, будуть всі живі, здорові, все остальне зробиться. Все інше, на даний момент це, то все мілочі.
From our focus communities, the communities that participated in our survey, you have just heard the voices of these people. And the final block in my part of the presentation is to do about the sentiments and moods of the teaching body. Everything is working great. So how are the teachers and the administration feeling about the situation underway? Naturally, this percentage is as follows: 44% of the teaching body and 47% of the representatives of the administration report higher workload compared to the period of pre-invasion. But there are some people who speak about the decline in this workload. 12% of the teachers and 5% of the administration reported that they have less work to do. Most likely these are the schools that have been very badly affected by shelling and are not operational right now, or rather they operate only remotely, and there is much less paperwork to do. And a substantial number of people also speak in favor of nothing having changed, 44% and 48% respectively. So what are the main causes for the increase in the workload? Definitely they have to prepare more when teaching takes place remotely or in blended learning. Teachers have to take breaks and they study, they teach, and they prepare for the classes online and offline, take care of their own families, and the need to provide psycho-emotional support to school children in order to align them, to get them ready. This also takes a substantial amount of learning hours and additional workload due to security challenges and the decline in their role efficiency due to their psycho-emotional state. That's something that teachers also speak openly about. So what are some of the challenges in the organization of educational process? Of course, we focused on the last year, and I'm sure today this year's results would be different because at least we don't have many power outages. The power supply is so much better. Still 82% last year spoke about power outages being the great contributor, and 86% in administration said about that. Also, Zoom was a fantastic tool reported by both, but it's not a very positive impact, especially when we speak about primary school learning. Lack of access to fast speed internet, it still persists. The internet coverage in the communities is pretty low. 40% of teachers still complain about the lack of the internet access, but this has to be, once again, connected with the lack of power. I'm not going to dwell on the rest of the numbers. You can read them yourselves in the report. Some of the problems that the teaching staff have been encountering, the key thing, something that we have already spoken about, it's the lack of motivation in the school children, inability on behalf of school children and pupils to study themselves. That is to say, they require constant support, lack of internet access, featured again in a number of other factors that in one way or another reflect on the teaching activities. One more illustrative slide, whether the teachers have a need for psychological support, and if so, how can they obtain it? The key source for getting the psychological support for 41% of the respondents was the support of their family, that is to say, non-professional support. 30% of the respondents can reach out to psychologists in their educational institutions. 7% have the support of the pro bono psychologists. Most likely, these are the projects implemented by our partners to deliver psycho-emotional support to the teaching staff, and not only, and only 5% of the respondents enjoy constant meetings with psychologists, psychotherapists, to whom they go personally. This is their personal need. 37% reported that they do not require psychological support, mental support. And of course, when you ask teachers what support and help they require most, they are, of course, grateful for this mental support rendered, for different kinds of office supplies, but 75% of tutors and 73% of administrators, Mr. Roxanne, they speak in favor of increasing their wages, their salaries. Naturally, for the country which is waging a war, it's extremely difficult, and I know that the ministry is doing all it can in order to move this status quo. But once again, these numbers are very much vocal. Technical support is needed by 42% of teachers. In the opinion of the administrators, 65% of teachers still require technical support. Therefore, delivering gadgets and technical supplies is extremely important to be done by our partners. Methodological support, 17% of teachers and 29% of the representatives of the administration spoke in favor of that. What are some of the activities employed by the school administrators to increase the aptitudes and capabilities of teachers? The teachers have been through different workshops beyond schools. Most likely these have been some CSOs, NGOs, something organized by external entities. 87% of them instigated teachers to cooperate more with the parents, to eliminate the barrier between them and the parents, which is indubitably there. 76% ensured constant communication between the teachers and the administration of the school. 71% organized training sessions, master classes. They invited the specialists to come to their premises. 67% encouraged new methodologies, workshops and seminars to be delivered on the basis of the communities. 43% created conditions to study the experiences of other teachers, a pretty high percentage, and 29%, which in my opinion is very low, have applied effort in order to buy the necessary resources. That is to say, the communities themselves began looking for and locating the necessary resources. Now, over the last half hours, we've been speaking, at least half an hour, we have been speaking about teenagers as the key target audience of this report, for the sake of whom we are here today. And I can't but take this opportunity, because in this room today we have some partners, the people who focus their activities exactly on that. I would like to invite you on the 16th of February, to invite you to the closed premiere of our film that Save Ed has been working on over the last half a year, about 5 Ukrainian teenagers who are sharing about their ideas of startups, social projects, who would like to get the country changed both during wartime and in post-war period. Of course, in a month, together with these kids, we will be going on tour around the UK, the United States, and Europe, where they will be sharing about Ukraine to the world. Ukraine as she is, with our honest, reliable narratives, sharing what they want to see their country to be after the victory is gained. And in order to wrap up my presentation and inspire you, let me show you the teaser of this film. Once again, you can follow the QR code. And once again, the premiere of this film is going to be presented to your notice this Friday.
Мені 16, то я планую вступати на спеціальність біоінженерія і потім в Україні розвивати цю галузь. Я би дуже хотіла займатися питанням різноманіття, тобто про різні види тварин, рослин, що вони зникають, що треба їх відновлювати, їх треба зберігати.
У 10 класі сталася така подія. Обласна олімпіада. Вона себе сиділа вдома і почалась ракетний удар.
For 2 hours, because there was an airstrike, there was no internet, and this girl was still sitting in the classroom and waiting for the internet connection to be restored. And she's dreaming, Sophia is dreaming, to become a biologist and to take care of biodiversity. Daniel, who is 17 years old, from Zaporizhia, he's running 3 projects, one of which is a scanner. This can work in favor of the restoration of the country. If, for example, the blueprints for a particular building get lost, the scanner can restore all of this. And then it will be up to the specialist to build the remaining part, the lost part of the building. 117 schools in Zaporizhia region have been partially or completely destroyed. Dasha, 17 years old. I deal with mass entertainments. We would like to set up a youth club. I would like to influence the development of youth policies to demonstrate that this matters. And I would like to make my own contribution, a significant one, to that. Due to missile attacks carried out in Mykolaiv region, more than 300 educational facilities have been damaged or destroyed. Miroslava, I studied in Kakhovka in a gymnasium, environmental projects, academic Olympics, all of this up to Miroslava. There was a direct hit and my school is gone. I was trying to rescue a river, not only people, and I'm contributing bit by bit all I can. Dari, from Lviv, I'm 15. I have improved the existent methods to obtain semiconductor films. This was a scientific work on chemistry. I defended it at an international exhibition. I would like to become a neurosurgeon because I think that this is my major for the future. There have been a lot of different myths busted, and this is to do with our military when sometimes they get injured, especially their backbones. And I would like to help both the military and the civilians. In Lviv region, 245,000 IDPs have been hosted. These are the children in these difficult life circumstances They will be creating the future of Ukraine, and they are bound to be successful. They will be going across the whole world to share the true story of Ukraine. We, the future. When looking at these kids, one comes to understand that they are the future, but we adults also have to make our best, to do our best in order for these kids to have this future. Now I'm so happy to give the floor to my colleague, the co-founder of Safe Ed Fund, Anya Novosad. I've taken a lot of time from her presentation, and now she's going to moderate a panel discussion to speak in greater detail about our findings presented to you just now. Now we have a lot of representatives of local communities present here today. Now the floor is yours, Anya. Thank you, Olenka. Dear friends, hello and welcome. You have seen a lot of videos. Quite often we try to experiment with how to communicate to the world what's going on here, especially in the domain of education. Last year we did a study about 1 year of war and then presented that in the US. But this year we decided not just to speak the language of numbers and the scale of destruction, not just the parlance of our tragedy, but instead, yes, we are experiencing a war which is demanding, but nevertheless we are trying to live and create, and this is what our children are doing. We want to share it with the world, the needs of our education via the lives of the people, the stories of communities where they dwell. Now I would like to invite upon the stage representatives, first of all, of the communities that have come here from different corners of Ukraine. So all of my fellow panelists, would you kindly come up here on the stage? Sergei, Tatiana, Lydia, I beg your pardon. Volodymyr, Alexander, Oksenlitsovy, the Minister of Education, Vitaly, Tom Bishai. Of course, it's not going to be the most convenient seating plan because we are going to show to you at least 3 videos. So, hello everyone. Good afternoon. This may appear to be quite a lot, but there's no other option for us to zoom you to the realities of the local communities of Apostolova, Derhachi, Chervona Dolina, and I understand that all of us were living in the situation of war. Unfortunately, every community and even different municipalities within the same communities experience a great variety of different options and how these difficulties can be overcome. Before we begin, I would like to thank ULEAD program for extending their support to us, and within this framework of cooperation, we managed to carry out not only the study, because it's just a derivative, but jointly with Braves to Rebuild, the Brave Fund, we were able to furnish and establish different youth clubs in a variety of communities and in some very small villages where there are only 70, 80, 100 children, where not too many are willing to go to, but still there are children settled there. And we are gratefully happy to ULEAD in their keen interest in the lives of small communities. Now we would like to demonstrate to you different experiences and options of how these communities can be helped. And the last bit to mention before we begin that, I would like to express my gratitude to a variety of different counterparts. I'm very much happy to see here Lilia Grinevich, the ex-Minister of Education and the founder of a CSO Re-Education. A great number of different people representing CSOs, NGOs from Osvitoria, Go Global, Smart Education, multiple representatives of international organization, Finnish embassy, etc. Why are we talking about that? We are not just making sure that you can see beautiful presentations, but in the interims, in the breaks, please talk to the representatives, because all of them have their own niches. We are making a lot of infrastructural things, but for example, we don't work with the mental support rendering directly or just taking the first steps in catch-ups But Go Global is so great at that. Lilia Grinevich's fund is working a lot with one of the local communities, building the strategy. That is to say, there are a number of different partners with different focuses of attention, and we would very much like for you to find partners within these organizations. Let me introduce our panelists. It's a panel discussion, but because we're already lagging behind our schedule and we don't have that much time for the discussion left, I would just suggest calling it a talk, a conversation about how everything is organized in your municipalities, in your communities. Today with me is Oksana Lysovy, responsible for all of the communities in the country, the Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine. Vitaly Selek, director and co-founder of the Brave Fund, Smilivy Fund, which works a lot on recovery. Vyacheslav Zadorenko, the head of the Rohachivsky Military Civilian Administration. Volodymyr Kvitsevsky, deputy head of Kherson Regional Military Administration. Serhiy Parasunko, the head of Shirokiv community in Mykolaiv region. Lydia Kolesnik, Apostolova, the chief of education department, and Mr. Nikolai from Bashtanka Educational Department. So I would like us to start with Mr. Serhiy, representative of Shirokiv community, that has become so dear to our heart during the last year of our work. And before we get this conversation underway, let's once again get transported into that community to see it with our own eyes.
В нас по Широківській громаді до війни були 3 школи, 4 дитячі садочки. Всі вони працювали. Наші дітки мали певні результати і в навчанні, і в спорті, і в культурі. На сьогоднішній день, на жаль, всі те, що ми зробили, були зруйновано. Школи, дитячі садочки, будинки культури, ЦНАП, наша гордість, який ми з нуля побудували.
Ну, враження таке було, що, знаєте, як ото в легенді про серце Данко. Хтось тобі вирвав його і отак от зжав, значить, тому що із такої красуні, із окраси села, значить, вже з'явилися руїни. А потім, після уже більш серйозних артилерійських обстрілів і авіабомби, я побачив те, що від школи вже залишилося.
Це був жах. Коли їдеш на машині, ти бачиш розбиті будинки, стовби лежать, провода лежать, там будинки горять. Я вам хочу сказати, до 26-27 березня все село почти виїхало. Було важко, це не важко це все робити, прокидати своїх рідню, свою вивозити, людей вивозити, розумієте? Але найважче було хоронити людей. І коли тобі рідня каже: Сергій Миколаївич, я не приїду, ховайте самі. Приходилось ховати навіть не тіло, не людину, а те, що від неї залишилось. Коли закінчились активні бойові дії, і люди почали потихеньку повертатись в домівки свої, ми побачили, що родини з дітьми не повертаються. Не повертаються. І я їх розумів, куди повертатись, якщо їхні будинки зруйновані, пошкоджені, якщо школи немає, дитячого садочку немає. Вийшов на зв'язок з батьками, з їхніми, з директором школи. Вчителі, до речі, всі повернулись, сказали: хочете працювати, треба відновлюватись, треба повертатись. І як я тоді говорив, вони кажуть: що нам тут робити? Нема ні світла, немає ні інтернету. Знаєте, яка моя відповідь була? Приїдьте додому, приберіть біля будинку, накрийте його І це вже буде допомога. Вчителі всі послухали, всі повернулися. І вони приклад подали нашим цим молодим сім'ям, що потрібно повертатися. І сказав, треба щось робити. Давайте, школа, вона за рік, за два не відбудується так швидко. А нашим діткам треба десь навчатися. Давайте будемо от такі центри маленькі робити. Перше приміщення, яке ми відбудували, це було вона є адмінбудівлею нашої сільської ради. Шукав фонди, хтось дав вікна, хтось дав двері, хтось дав шифер.
Це крило і будинку культури. Нам його віддали під інформаційний центр. І ми тут плануємо зробити 4 класи. Ну, це вселяє надію і оптимізм. Я вже починаю трошки оживати. У мене вже друге дихання, яке спортсмена відкривається. Ото я вже був геть, упав морально духом.
1 червня – це День захисту дітей. То 2 дитини прийшло на стадіон, там цукерки діткам були, вони організували такі спортивні змагання.
І раз діти повернулися, раз повернулися батьки, повернулися люди, збереглися вчителі, я думаю, що ми на правильному шляху і що ми робимо, як кажуть, свою роботу. І саме головне нам відновити повноцінний навчальний процес.
Діти – це наше майбутнє.
Це Червона долина, Широківська громада, Миколаїв.
This is Shirokin community. It was not in the occupation yet. For a long time, it was actually on the line of shelling, and the education infrastructure did not survive. Neither Shirokin nor Червона Dolina. Yet there are children, not so many of them, and they returned back. This is an example of the community where physical restoration is possible. Slowly, one can return into offline. We went for the first time this summer, and also we have visited last week. Regretfully, from the perspective of restoration, things are rather slow, and this is a regret. So, Sergei, in our team, we believe we respect you because you are a very empathic person. We saw what is your attitude to people in the community. Solanka, when you presented the study, you spoke a lot about the workload on teachers, how do they feel that stress, and also that at least 3 times more children have anxiety compared to what their parents and children believe, so we cannot probably identify that. What people say in the community, including teachers and children, what is the status of them, what one can do in Shirokino community that this condition improves. Good morning. First, I would like to thank for the invitation. I would like to thank you separately for your work, for what you're doing. As directors of the school said before, as we can see that there is a hope that the community will rebuild and all children will return and in the future will study at home. Briefly, I would like to discuss, you heard how things happened in the community. By the way, one of the municipalities was in the occupation. In one municipality, there were no people, everybody left. And for 8 months, it was terrible. The community was rather small. 3 schools operated, 4 kindergartens. I believe that teachers provided high-quality education, because the graduates of our school were famous politicians, members of parliament, and also the boys and girls who work in the well-known IT companies. Also, there are champions of Europe, champions of the world in sports. However, in the month of February 2022, everything stopped in the community. As you may know, after what you have shown, it's difficult now to concentrate. In the month of March, through our community, the enemy forces began to move. On 22nd of March, there were first shellings, and the first challenge was massive evacuation of the people. At that time, first of all, it was necessary to take away all the families with children, and we did it. None of the children have remained in any of the municipalities. We have evacuated everyone. And of course, all teachers have left the country. Thanks to their work, later on, they have contacted me. They brought together all children because children have left with their parents, some of them within the districts, others within the oblast, and others within the country, and some of them have moved abroad. And yet their teachers could bring them together and to continue their remote education. The children have received the school certificates and they started the new academic year. The second challenge was, of course, the destruction of the infrastructure. There are quite many stories discussed today about the municipalities, and all of them are united in those stories that the enemy destroyed, first of all, the educational institutions and healthcare institutions. The same happened in our community. On 22nd of March, there were first shellings. On 25th at 11:02, there was enemy plane and launched 4 bombs on the educational institution. They decided basically to destroy us. They decided to destroy the community. It was the second challenge, how we shall continue working, how shall we rebuild. The third challenge was the personnel, because our teachers went to defend us and they keep defending us. They are on the front line. Some of the teachers have left for abroad, and they say they will not return back to Ukraine. The fourth challenge, when teachers began to return, children and the population back to the community, of course, a lot of attention was focused on the emotional condition, psychological condition of our children. And the school director prepared the teachers that they will arrive and there is nothing, everything was ruined. The teachers prepared their children, whatever I tell them of it, as we travel by our road and we talk to them, yet when we arrive and enter the territory of the school, people become desperate. People cannot say anything. Therefore, immediately we began the work with the foundations on psychological support. And for 1 year, the psychologists have been working. Every week they arrive and they work with teachers and parents as well as children. Thank you, Sergei. We shall return. You would like to add something? I would like to add saying that we Ukrainians are strong people, and we saw it. We are united, and we shall win 100%. And of course, we shall rebuild everything of what was destroyed. Thank you. Your community indeed gives a hope for that, because by living in Kiev, those just were 2 different worlds. This is difficult, and you're director of the Lyceum, and also Victor, as you keep an optimism. And also, if any of the civic organizations, the partners who would like to cooperate with Shirokino community in the field of psychological support and support in overcoming the educational gaps, the community would be grateful for such cooperation. Using this opportunity, I would like to thank our partners who help the Shirokino community. If possible, we have a picture of the House of Culture in Chervona Dolina village. in that community we prepare, together with partners with IREX, it will be successful, as I hope. We shall make the modular educational space. It will be the modular educational space. And also there is a house of culture. There is next picture, how it looked inside. The only which survived after airstrikes, ULEAD and European Commission helped us to restore several rooms that can be attended. This is House of Culture of Soviet times. There are no toilets, no heating. Now we restore it into small educational space. There are the partners from Lenovo, which brought together, raised 3 billion hryvnia, that the rest of it can be re-equipped into educational space. And actually today this will be the only thing which is there. And this is Червона Долина in Shirokine. This is a center of that community with 90 children, just 70 children. You cannot imagine if anyone has resources to help Shirokino to restore several rooms, at least for children for preschool age, it would be of help. Shirokino community will help to constrain the Russian offense in the south, also in the eastern direction in Slobozhanщина. It was the Dergachi community. Mr. Vyacheslav, head of the military administration, is with us. Your community, as I remember, was occupied 45%. You had huge destruction. Can we get back to the front page? You have huge destructions in the education sector. Regretfully, a 16-kilometer border you have with Russia. It means even if the war is stopped, the danger will remain. And your community is very active for involving the resources. And you don't really think that you don't have the video about Dergachi, and we would like to make a small suggestion to show the people and then to get back to the discussion with you, if you're not against it. Can we see the video?
Лялькові театри. І до війни воно було зовсім по-іншому. 24 лютого. Уже якось так уже всі говорили. Да, ми всі знаємо, що якісь такі слухи, буде щось, не буде, якась війна. Та яка війна? Ну, почалося все просто о 5 ранку. Я дивлюсь у вікно, а люди просто роз'їжджаються. Вони всі сідають з дітьми, діти під руками. Вони щось, якісь сумки, якісь торби, всі грузяться, всі роз'їжджаються кудись. У мене телефон починає, просто обривається. Один педагог телефонує і каже, нас вбивають. От реально було. І ти не знаєш, от реально, ти не знаєш, що відповісти. Заспокойтесь, все нормально, не хвилюйтеся, сьогодні всі залишаються вдома, бережіть себе. В Дергачах нікого не було. У нас не працювали ні магазини, ні аптеки. Тут нікого не було. Життя було на паузі, і ми якось так жили. Сьогодні вижили, і добре. Це будинок культури. Коли почалася повномасштабна війна, то тут в підвальному приміщенні були люди жили. Ті, які поруч живуть, ховалися там. Потім тут був гуманітарний склад, роздавали гуманітарну допомогу людям. І в один прекрасний день було влучання, але ракета не розірвалася, а просто застряла в самому приміщенні. А в цю ж ніч було ще одне влучання, і, як ви бачите, все зруйноване. Ну, може, півроку десь плюс-мінус. І люди почали потроху повертатися до своїх будинків. Почали діти з'являтися, але ж найважливіше питання було, що ніде їх залишити, дітей, якщо треба йти на роботу. І в нас міська влада наша з благодійним фондом відкрили простір безпечний. І в нас відкриття, приходять діти, вчителі на місці. І ми з ними почали працювати. І є такі діти, які ось тільки на минулому тижні перший раз зустрілися. Вони приїхали, перший раз побачили свого класного керівника, однокласників. І вони приходять, вони так обіймалися просто. Хто плакав, хто посміхався, хто біг просто до іграшок. О, кажуть, тут що, сухий басейн є? І вони говорять про війну. Вони прийшли, кажуть, о, тут класно. А що тобі тут подобається? Ну, тут не чути сирену. І треба правильно це все пояснювати дітям. В нашій громаді вже 5 таких просторів. І їх все рівно не вистачає. Їх реально не вистачає, тому що діти повертаються.
Це Василина, це т'юторка.
Vasilina is a tutor in the educational space we have created with ULEAD, and they have more than such space. And it means that this community is very active as they work with partners. I have 2 questions to you. As your community is very close to the border, it's not clear when we can return to the offline education. What can be done today to restore the access under such geography and security situation, and also in the midterm? What can be in addition to education under the ground? That first question. You are leader of community. How you can efficiently provide resources, raise resources? Could you please share an advice? Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers of this event. Also to thank the educationalists, this great respect to teachers and children that enable our children to receive secondary education, to complete the high school and get prepared to join the university. I would like to discuss the community. Where is it located? What is the condition? Which work was carried out in the educational process? Our community has a common border with Russian Federation on 24th of February 2022. In the morning, it was one of the first communities which was under the occupation by Russian occupants. Big columns of Russians moved via community to Kharkiv city. Their plan was to get fixed in Dergachi and to attack Kharkiv. The plans were ruined. Dergachi destroyed those columns. They were brought back to the middle of our community, which is 45% of the community have been occupied until full liberation in 11th of March 2022. Regretfully, as a result of the armed hostilities, 7 people have died, 4 teachers, 4 tutors, 22 educational establishments in the community have sustained different degrees of destruction. Some of the institutions were ruined down to the foundation. In the others, the facades and roofs have been destroyed. In the first days, the task was to save the lives of our children. We have evacuated the children. We took them at a bigger distance. Some of the people have stayed in the basements of buildings with children, including the culture house. When the missile has hit, there were 150 people inside, including small children. Regretfully, that building was destroyed. Luckily, nobody of the people were killed.
after the community was deoccupied on the 11th of November, when we cast the enemy beyond the Ukrainian border, people started coming back to the community. Naturally, being aware of the fact that we will never bring the people back unless we have the educational opportunities both for school children and nursery schools, because every parent wants their kids to be well educated and taken care of. And of course, career opportunities, jobs had to be there because everything had been destroyed. Parents were forced to move out to other regions or communities to earn a living. So we realized that we had to do something for the families with children, and I'm very much grateful to our partners, Save a D, Smilivi, The Brave, The Smile, Kotiki for Life, Save the Children, different charitable organizations who have been helping us throughout this hard time. Our decision that we opted for was that this culture house that was destroyed, it still had a basement and it had to be taken care of. And it had to be utilized in order to set up this safe space for our children. And with the help of charitable organizations, we managed to furnish that in a very nice bomb shelter. Then we had the first meeting for the parents with children. It was so overwhelming to see the happy smiles in the children's faces, in the teaching staff, who could communicate face-to-face with the kids. So we came to realize that getting the people back very much depended on creating safe conditions. So we developed a special program and channeled about 30 million from the local budget to furnish different facilities as bomb shelters to get our children back to the society, to make sure that they could develop, could see each other face to face. We involved a great number of different medical staff to help them. We managed to resuscitate our teaching faculty, and they're right now actively involved in remote learning and in extracurricular studies to make sure that these kids can also enroll at higher educational facilities and not just study within bomb shells. Along with that, we are developing different projects to repair our school institutions. We submit that to the Agency on the Recovery of Critical Infrastructure together with Kharkiv military administration. We are cherishing a great number of different projects, building a school with contemporary bomb shelters that can withstand heavy shelling and bombardments. And just as our moderator has said it, we cannot get away from our neighbor, and unfortunately our community neighbors on that. And we are forced to create these safety conditions, sometimes even underground, in these underground schools. That's why a handful of different projects are being regarded to rebuild our educational institutions in these settlements which are away from the from the border, because there are some villages and small towns that are very close to the Russian border, and they get shelled with multiple launch rocket systems, different kinds of shells, and every single day they have fire dropping on their head. So when you propose to the parents with their children to get evacuated, to be relocated elsewhere, I come from Kozachya Lopan, one of the villages in our community. Now I reside in Dargaji, the town. My neighbors are asking me not to come to my native town because the occupiers keep bombarding the place of my residence. But when I communicate with the people saying to them, you have to leave, you know what the people say back to me in response to that? We have lived through the hardest times when we were occupied, when they tortured us, tormented us, when we were banned to communicate or move around our villages, when we were tortured in torture chambers. But now, next, alongside us, there are our fighters, Ukrainian soldiers, and we are unwilling to leave because we want to help our military personnel. Therefore, we will definitely survive, rebuild, and win. Thanks to our educators, our children will be well educated, and they will be presenting our story, the contemporary story of Ukraine across Europe, for us to once again be access to the family of the civilized Europeans. Glory to Ukraine, glory to its heroes. As Mr. Zaluzhny, the ex-general, ex-commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, said, it's never going to be easy, but we are not going to be ashamed of what we have done. You've been able to restrain the enemy. As a foundation, we work a lot in the communities affected by war, and let's face it, the majority of our funding comes from the international partners, who more often than not do not realize what the situation in Ukraine is like, and they don't want to work somewhere in the prefrontal area. Why restore something if things get destroyed tomorrow? It's the first question posed, and the second question that ensues is how many children there are there. Another chunk of work that we started to do is in Kherson region. There's a certain stereotype. They say you cannot work there because the hostilities are extremely fierce there. So, Mr. Volodymyr, you're representative of the military administration in Kherson region. So, would you kindly share within 5 minutes what the situation is definitely like in terms of access to education in your region? And most importantly, for the stakeholders to hear what can be done in your region in order to regain access to education in different communities. Can I have my presentation, please? The technical staff can show it. I think we can talk a lot, but once again, if you watch a 1-minute presentation, you will see it with your own eyes, the situation in Kherson region. First of all, I would like to thank you for this invitation, and Kherson region in your project was presented in white as a territory which is in a dangerous situation. After the occupation, 1/3 of the region was deoccupied, has been deoccupied until now, and out of 443 educational institutions in the deoccupied territory, undamaged are only 100, so only 25%. 57 educational institutions were fully destroyed, others badly damaged. And when you go to local communities, I was able to witness it. This is a really horrendous picture. Now what we are planning is to deal with restoration and recovery in the deoccupied part of Kherson region. These are 4 communities, which is some 40 kilometers away from the contact line. And in these 4 communities, we have 15 educational institutions, establishments that require restoration in the first place, which is to do, firstly, there are very many children residing in those communities. About 2,500 children live in these villages where schools can be restored because they have insufficient damage, or some of them are fully unscathed. But one problem that is there is building shelters and safety places so that during air alerts, children can stay there. In actuality, after polling the locals that we did recently, quite a few parents are willing to come back to these deoccupied villages, bringing their kids with them. But the only thing that restrains them from that is that the schools are dysfunctional, kindergartens are dysfunctional, because all of the educational facilities in Kherson region are working exclusively offline, online. Even in the deoccupied territories, there are some educational institutions, and some children still study online in the occupied territories. We are not going to talk about that at length in order not to endanger both the teachers and children who are in that situation. But when talking about the deoccupied territories, we do need support, first of all, from our international charitable organizations, extended by the Ministry of Education and Science, so that these 15 schools and kindergartens get recovered, children can resume their studies, and now quite a lot is being done, yet again due to international partners, to ensure that safety spaces can operate. In Kherson, where we suffer about 100 different shellings every day, in these safety spaces, in Spirno spaces, different artistic and therapeutic activities are being delivered to children. In our Kherson region, we have some 5,000 just such safety spaces. Children require care because without due socialization, these children have been living for several years already in a row. And we want to make sure that these children grow unimpeded, even despite war. They need to grow contemporary, believing in the better future, mastering all of the educational material envisaged both by the educational program and different teaching aids. So, Mr. Volodymyr, what needs to be done specifically today by partners, both Ukrainian, international ones, CSOs, NGOs, to make it happen? Very specific. What is realistic as we speak in Kherson region? What do you require support for? Just 2-3 points, please. In the secure territories, which are some 40 kilometers off the contact line, we require refurbishing and establishing bomb shelters near the educational institutions so that on the 1st of September this year, they can commence their educational process for blended learning. Second, it's setting up additional safety spaces for educational purposes in bomb shelters in the city of Kherson, where there are greatest concentrations of children, so that they can study there, be there at the time when there are no air alerts. These are extremely important points where Buffett Fund, for example, is coming very helpful to us. They promised more than 100 million hryvnias to be allocated towards building bomb shelters, and we're looking forward from other partners to do the same. So you mentioned bomb shelters, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Alexander Koptev, the Chief of Educational Department in Bashtanka community. Bashtanka community, with the help of the European Union, the Ministry of Education and Science, and Lithuania, they're going to have a central shelter, because there they will start building in spring one of the 6 first huge shelters built from scratch. I will explain what this picture is in front of you about. So this will be one of the first shelters in Ukraine, an underground school, if you like, which will become a reality with the support of the EU and the Ministry of Education and Lithuania. The value of this shelter, the Lithuanians have calculated, that is about 3 million euros, according to all of the state standards. And Mr. Volodymyr has just said how many different shelters are required in Kherson, how much that is, of course, in terms of money and resources. It's a separate issue. Why we have invited Bashtanka community? Because it's one of the examples, a vivid example. Right now it's already a rare example. This is a picture taken in Bashtanka community. We have a team, U Active, meant for high schoolers. So they went there with this flag, with this slogan, which is very truthful, because the Russian occupiers, as long as they stayed there 2 or 3 days. On the 1st of March, we had tanks of the Russian occupiers going through Bashtanka, and civilians, together with the representatives of the village council and territorial defense guards, about 100 people with machine guns in their hands, went to face those tanks. Who could have thought years ago that Bashtanka would be one of the settlements to go and try to stop the second largest army in the world? Otherwise, they would have gone all the way to Odessa highway. You know what is located in that vicinity. Now Bashtanka is a kind of a rare settlement, but a dubious one. Because on the one hand, it's calmer than in Snegurivka community, where they have regular hits, shells, projectiles hitting them, and it's not demined completely. But you are the kind of the rare territory where it's possible to work with educational losses. When Olenka was presenting the findings, she said that 75% of school children did not deny that they have some gaps in their learning. And when we began to work in Bashtanka, it was the first time since the 24th of February when children began to get together, offline together, although this was not quite legally done, because in that region studies have to be done online now. So how are you going to work on these losses in conditions when compared to other communities? You cannot compare on the infrastructure yet. Good afternoon to all of the participants. Thank you for the invitation. I very much appreciate being invited here. I am proud of being a representative of our Bashtanka community. That slogan is very true. We don't care for the tanks written across the flag, and now this flag is not only here in Ukraine, but a lot of people abroad are familiar with the slogan concerning educational losses. Today we are seeing that for the 4th year running, distance learning due to pandemic first and now due to war is ongoing. On the 24th of February 2022, when the full-scale invasion broke out, the decision was taken for the children to take a holiday, vacation, and then we decided to go for online learning. Now in our community we have 12 educational establishments, 8 secondary school and primary school, and we also have 2 branches, 4 hub schools. We have more than 2,000 children studying in our community. A lot of them, there were a lot of children taking all the way across out of Ukraine together with their parents. But right now we can see some positive dynamics. 212 children are staying abroad Ukraine. So more than half of the children have come back home. Educational losses are there, but the school masters and teachers are working with them at school in extracurricular classes. But once again, we just because we don't have bomb shelters, we don't have even basements within our schools, which is why we cannot provide adequate education. We cannot allow our children to come and study on a blended learning format. In 4 schools out of 12, we have some basements. The rest of them don't have any basements, let alone preschool education. In 13 kindergartens, only 1 of these facilities has a basement. We still teach these children remotely. We are aware that since 2021 all the way through now, they haven't even seen each other, because they have been studying online. They haven't been able to see their teachers physically. I'm speaking not only about my community, but about all of the educators who work online. A great respect to you, because it's a lot of work when you are sitting facing the black screen, not knowing if the child is listening to you or not. So that's a great deal of concentration. Yeah, more than 50% of teachers, they say that it's hardest for them to teach because organizing distance learning is the most demanding part. As it was repeatedly mentioned here, there are numerous organizations working and helping to organize high-quality remote learning. In Bashtanka, what help is needed except refurbishing the buildings? How can we help you with software programs, training teachers? We have the internet, but there are some remote villages where the internet, unfortunately, is malfunctional and even remotely, children cannot study. Not all teachers have the technical devices in place. In 2023, together with the Department of Education, we provided a lot of notepads and tablets, as well as laptops to the educators, but still it's not enough. In 2023, a lot of appliances were allocated to children, especially for IDP children, children belonging to different special categories. So there is some positive dynamics, but it's still very low. So, of course, more hardware needs to be provided. Along with that, we are cognizant of the fact that the parents also have to get involved. You are speaking like a real manager, administrator. We need devices, we need technical provisions. So I'm calling upon different civil society and NGO organizations who would like to cooperate with Bashtanka community. See, these people are open to partnerships. As a matter of fact, before we wrap up this short conversation, I'll add.
Quite many partners prioritize the number of children. And this is obvious because the resources are spent, and of course you would like to cover most. And Bashtanka, with support of the Ministry for Education of Lithuania, will be the basic shelter, and they will build huge shelter in spring. It will provide access to offline education, to two Bashtanka lyceums, and also 3 villages will be carried. This is a solution which helps the entire communities to return children offline. And this is the example what we need to look for municipalities with such big infrastructure investment to help children living there and also in the neighboring and surrounding villages. This will be a good case. Or maybe you are tired. Yet I would like to show examples of communities. I'm happy that with us there is Lydia from Apostolovo. Lydia, you are welcome. She is a leader of the Department for Education, and in order to give the beginning for the discussion, this is the last video about Apostolovo. I would like you to say what is the situation in the Apostolovo community. It was really bad when
Другого року вночі прокинулася від того, що сюди летіли ракети.
Протягом 20 хвилин всі ці 3 заклади освіти, всі 3 ліцеї міста Апостолове були зруйновані. Це було 7 ракетних ударів, які зруйнували Апостолівський ліцей номер 1 вщент.
Крах усіх надій, бо ця школа – це моє життя. Мені було дуже страшно, коли я повернулася у місто, взагалі зробити перші кроки, щоб подивитись на масштаб руйнування.
Гул, страхіття. Коли приїхали вранці, то побачили, що навчальний заклад був зруйнований. Частина навчального закладу була зруйнована. Вчителі, батьки допомогли навести порядок тут. І вирішили, що все одно життя продовжується і треба працювати. Тому і підтримуємо зараз ліцей, навели кругом порядки.
Відновити функціонування всіх 3 даних ліцеїв неможливо під час війни. У нас єдина надія сьогодні на встановлення якихось модульних шкіл. Це єдина наша надія. Тому що майже 2000 дітей міста Апостолове сьогодні змушені навчатися за дистанційною формою роботи.
Учні – це для мене як мої діти. І зараз, коли я там іду у своїх справах по місту і зустрічаю наших учнів, то ви б бачили ці зустрічі. Діти, зламя голови, кидають батьків, біжать їм обійматися.
Гурткова робота для дітей просто необхідна, тому що їм потрібно прийти, щось висказати один одному, потиснути руки один одному і якось відволіктись від цього. І так і буде. А якщо у нас буде модульна школа, це взагалі, це все можливо.
Дякую.
Thank you. Apostoliv community is located between Kryvyi Rih and Nikopol. At this time, the distance to occupied territories is quite small, about 40 kilometers. Therefore, we invited Apostolova. Why do we show that video? Because this is an example of the community which is quite large. It's big, and there is no nothing. I cannot imagine 3 schools within 20 minutes by a missile strike. This is cannot be understood. And now this is a big city with a lot of children. Lydia was telling before that nowadays, compared to the pre-war period, there are no 100 children. Everybody else goes to school. Some of them online, others are physically there, and yet there is no infrastructure access, just half-ruined lyceum. I'm happy that also we support our partners from IREX and USAID, and we hope that in Apostolo it will be possible to install a small modular space, temporary one, the educational space, and this will only be a very partial this solution of the problem. So, Lydia, we have been there recently, we spoke to teachers, and in the study we spoke a lot about the workload of teachers. When you come to the municipality with no schools, and yet there is educational process. People have to stay in the basement that people cannot fit. How do you organize that? To avoid interpersonal conflicts against the backdrop of terrible circumstances. Dear colleagues, I would like to underline once again that Apostle of War community of Dnipropetrovsk region is one of the biggest communities of the region. And yet, it is located on the border with Kherson region. Actually, the municipality where I live is 5 kilometers from Kherson, first Kherson municipality. Personally, my flat was fully destroyed. I'm living now in Zelenodolsk, which was also located 4 kilometers from the occupants. So from the first days of fully fledged invasion of Russian Federation into the territory of Ukraine, the educationalists of our community understood nothing. They did not understand how it is all possible. Yet this was not for a long time because we had no time. Because we understood only that only with our military, Russians do not walk in the streets of our city and our municipalities. Therefore, absolutely, the entire education was involved to approximation of our joint victory. We have worked very hard. I don't really understand why we're afraid of, what we were scared, the war, or maybe that we don't manage to do something. Our community and our borders were shelled every day, but the worst thing was on 22nd of June of 2022 at 2200, when during 30 minutes I witnessed with my own eyes. I rented a flat in Apostolovo because my flat was destroyed, and I heard everything. I thought within 30 minutes they destroyed absolutely all 3 lyceums of our city. I heard all that, and I thought, well, God forbid those are my schools. Then, after some time, I was telephoned by the director of the first schools, and she said, there is nothing can be restored. It was fully destroyed because the logistics director was living across the school, and she saw it immediately. It was terrible. For understanding of the scale, I would like to say that in the territory of our community is about 13 institutions of higher secondary education with 2,300 students, 2,000 students study in the city of Apostolovo. All of them have remained with no place of education. It was a regret, yet we understood that the life continues, something must be done, and the education cannot wait for long. And therefore, our expectations have returned to us when, after the liberation in November of 2022, the right side of Kherson region, and then we begin to think that we have to work on development of shelters, and we began doing it. And we, for you to understand, out of 13 schools, 6 schools have the shelters. They are in a good shape. We made them, developed them from the budget funds of our community, and yet those 426 students out of 2,600, it means only 16% of children can now study on the mixed form of education because they have shelters. You will ask me what is necessary, maybe equipment? No. Everybody has equipment, they have gadgets with the help of our department, with the support of our partners, the charity foundations, yet we have no shelters. We have 7 schools. Today they are on the mixed education because the parents are just begging, please do something. And children want a school. And yet we don't have. Therefore, if it is possible, we need, first of all, modular shelters because they are quite expensive and our community has no opportunity to buy such shelters. This is the only thing which is of concern. I would like to tell you that if you ask me what is the attitude of parents, students, and children, it's very good in spite of everything. Though we don't have schools, and I'm happy that today there is a rebuilding of one of the lyceums. By the way, they told that 2 lyceums that have been destroyed have been just repaired with support of the program of the President of Ukraine, Great Construction. They were on such bad shape that they have just bought equipment for 9 million for the first lyceum. All of the sensor blackboards, everything for children with special needs, also elevator. The elevator has worked for children with special needs. And this was completely ruined, which is a big regret. I would like to tell you that when the war began, the teachers and school managers were doing their best. They understood this may happen, therefore all this equipment, they were waiting for this equipment, and we managed to save everything even before missile strike. Like in many places, Russians attack schools. Quite often, the culture houses remain intact. In Apostolovo, there is luxury big culture house in the center of the city, which can be turned into the school. And this is the asset we would like to find partners and resources for, because this will quickly enable to return children to offline. There is a shelter which must be equipped, and this will be of support to the modular structure, which we hope can establish. So Oxen, those were different stories of communities, and this was the situation when everybody requires help and everybody requires different help because there are different contexts. The pre-border area cannot be offline under any conditions so far. And Chervona Dolina, Apostolova could go at least in the mixed format. The question is not simple, how the ministry under such conditions can form the instruments of support, financial instruments, in order to help everybody. Thank you, Anna. I would like to thank the distinguished colleagues, representatives of communities. Of course, I would like to thank the partners who support your work today and support the communities directly. And mostly, I would like to thank the teachers, educationalists of preschool, extra school education, the school administrators, and managers of education. Because that stamina that you return back to your schools and you restore the educational process is actually the morals of Ukrainians. With that stamina, our nation will survive and also win in that war. In order for this victory to be final, of course, we have to realize on every government level the importance of education, because we know what are the challenges faced by the demographic challenges faced by Ukraine. We know what the trend will there be, and we understand that we must form a very efficient economy in the future, after the war, after the restoration, and of course for the efficient, innovative economy with high value added, we need very highly educated citizens. Therefore, it's important right now to restore the fully fledged quality education to the extent possible. And the ministry, what the ministry is doing, answering a question, we have the mega policy, 100% offline, 100% of the offline education in the classrooms. In that policy, we have 6 big scenarios, where based on the data, also the data of the Ministry of Defense, and we have the level of the risk. The entire territory of Ukraine is divided into 5 zones. We have analyzed the weapons, the assault weapons, and in line with that, we have described the scenarios that we can use, that we can restore the capability of fully fledged education. Why are we focusing on that? Because we know that those were Ukrainian studies that have demonstrated that online education is not really fully fledged. We have a lot of losses in the academic field, psycho and social development of children. Therefore, restoring the offline education is a task faced by ourselves. And here, of course, there are lots of opportunities to solve that problem. We understand that in some areas we cannot restore the fully fledged education, and there are children that the life returns back. There is impulse of the community, and the enemy did not manage to destroy Ukrainians in those territories where they continue the terror. Therefore, at least we need to support education in the mixed format. And those are different approaches, building shelters, of course. If we speak of building shelters, nowadays we have a small percentage of the need in the financing, government financing, in the state budget, which is about 10% of the need, which will be supported this year, 2.5 billion hryvnia compared to the 1.5 billion of the past year. This is more. We have, according to the scenario, prioritization, also territorial approach, and we call the communities to file via system of DREAM to this system of education. The Commission will be under the Ministry of Education, and this year there will be a difference, distribution by the regions of the subsidy, and the regions decided where to build shelters. And this year, in the law on the state budget, the Ministry insisted on the Commission inside the Ministry, and under every ministry there are commissions, the communities file. You know that there is a number of meetings were held about it, and we distribute into the projects the money of that subvention. Among the criteria, there will be the number of children who can be covered. Therefore, please work on the scenarios of how you will carry children. The second subvention is buses. It will not change. It is distributed to Commission that will approve the criteria that were last year, and also procurement via Prozoro market. And please work on the scenarios, how one shelter that you can build in the community will cover the largest number of children.
Other scenarios, it's studying in sessions when we will drive the children for a few weeks into safe areas in sanatoriums, different resort, spa areas, and organize some educational spaces for them to work in these a few week sessions. And of course, they will provide it with full board, everything that the educational and learning process will encompass will be taken care of. I'm not going to dwell on that right now. When everything is finalized, we will present this policy separately so as to get the children back to physical learning, but distance learning will still be, remote learning will still be preserved. So right now Ukraine, together with its partner countries, with large funds, is running the so-called coalition device project. We have received 50,000 new devices. We have more than 50,000 devices right now available, and this work is still ongoing. So I hope that by the end of this year, we will have met significant needs of both the educators and children who require additional gadgets to study online. And here I would like to express my gratitude to our partners who are active in supporting us, the countries, for example, the project instigated by the Lithuanian Republic. We will definitely build that school with their support, that underground school, which is a benchmark solution for such regions. Together with UNICEF and Zhytomyr Regional Administration, we are finalizing the development of template projects of bomb shelters, about 8 such projects that can be further utilized on a repeat basis. This will be done to help communities not to waste their funding or time for designing the necessary documentation. Just to utilize the ready-made blueprint, it will be faster and cheaper, something that can be used both for general secondary educational purposes and preschool educational purposes and needs. You have also highlighted, everyone has mentioned that, including Anya, that the enemy strikes and hits educational establishments and cultural facilities, and I confirm that because the brigade where I was got to see it ourselves. There was a decision taken that educational facilities could not be occupied by any military units, and kindergartens and schools were standing empty. Nevertheless, the enemy was not sparing any munitions, even though they didn't have any confirmation that there were no military personnel deployed in these educational institutions. Still, the army stayed away from them, and the Russian occupiers wasted no resources and munitions to destroy exactly that. They hit, in essence, the key component of every nation. They hit something which is foundational in terms of creating the future, what makes up a citizen in the whole country. And our task in this war is to win this war for education. With such people, with such nation, we will definitely be victorious in this war. I'm a strong believer in that. And I'm urging you to become highly rational in your decision-taking, because the study that has been presented to us today, which is deep, thanks a lot, because it's another building block to the great set of data that the Ministry of Education has been working with in order to produce adequate policies. However, in all respects, in all policies that the ministry is responsible for and that you shape at the level of your community, you have to be highly rational. You cannot count on just having abundant resources in wartime. But for the war, I just have the numbers at my disposal. This is something which is provided for by the Ukrainian budget. These are staggering figures. A monthly amount of cost to war would definitely cover salary raises for educators according to Article 61 in the law on education. So just within 1 month, these costs. But unfortunately, we lack this funding. We don't have any spare funding. Nevertheless, the Ministry of Education is working on the payroll policy. It's an incredibly important element, and we are conscious that the state budget, which is right now purposefully aimed at supporting the army, is not enough. Therefore, we have to go and reach out to our international partners. This is the pillar supporting our education at all of the levels, starting from the Ministry of Education on to the Prime Minister, the Parliament of Ukraine, the Committee on Education in the Parliament, the head of the Parliament, and on to the President. Everyone is vocal and unanimous in speaking about the necessity to raise salaries for educators. And given different scenarios that we model, some 2 or 3 days ago, we had another working meeting. Every 2 weeks, we have a meeting concerning the salaries with the Vice Prime Minister, Mr. Fedorov, where we discuss such issues. We understand that we can always find some arguments to present them to the partners for them to support us and help us to raise salaries for educators, at least partially. However, it's also necessary for the partners to see that we are rational in our calculations, that our network is optimal, that our personnel policy stands to logic, and all of the investments in these payroll needs will be impactful not only on the status of the educator, but the quality of education likewise. But how to make certain that we can present to our partners this rational model when our members of the teaching staff are dignified and get a greater support from the state, and along with that get to them and communicate to them which elements in terms of your HR policy, what needs to be revisited, reconsidered, where we have to make realignments in terms of education. All of this is a great deal of comprehensive, overarching changes, and all of you will definitely feel these changes because you communicate with your fellow teachers, administrators in your schools. You understand how many children, school children, teenagers, students are studying with you, and you are the ones who are most needed to formulate these recommendations. Right now, we are already finalizing this policy and working on some alternative scenarios that in some 2 weeks will be presented to the President of Ukraine. After the discussions at the level of the President and the Prime Minister, we will take it on to the public discussions within the communities. And there we will talk with you about whether we can ensure this network, what amending it takes. And once again, be reminded that before the 1st of September this year, it is necessary for us to shape this network of the Profiles High School. We have taken up so much time, and I'm going to bring my intervention to a close. But the most interesting finding for me was to hear and to see yet again the people who are shouldering our education, which means they're shouldering the whole of Ukraine. And of course, say big thanks to these people. Thank you, our educators, our prefrontal communities, and our partners, everyone gathered in this room. Thank you very much, Oksana. I would like to make one clarification. You said that we have to be rational, but being rational means prioritization. Like the subvention for bomb shelters this year, will it provide for greater assistance to the communities like the ones represented here near the border, most damaged ones, or will it be once again a proportional distribution like it was last year? No, this year it's not going to be like that. The subvention for buses is going to stay virtually unchanged because it covers different regions, and there all of the regions have identical losses, reorientation of these buses to the needs of the military, IDP needs, so the bus subvention remains based on the same criteria. However, bomb shelter provision is going to be amended, and we're focusing our attention on different models, different projects for bomb shelters, something which will be similar to underground schools. This is for Zaporizhzhia, Kharkiv, Kherson, Mykolaiv regions, part of Dnipro region. Some of these solutions are going to be lightweight, but we prioritize for the red region. We have a big green region, also the communities within the yellow regions. These are communities that can potentially be hit. So we have elaborated this map together with the Ministry of Defense purposefully so that our expenditure towards any reconstruction and recovery is most rational. Therefore, of course, red area will stand at the highest priority, get submitted, and you're going to definitely win because your quotients are very high. Super. Stay with us. I'm very much thankful for this information about the policy making. That's critical. Oksana has just mentioned this project with Lithuania. The ministry has prioritized for the municipalities which are critical, like Desna in Chernigiv region. It's a school for 900 children. There is no bomb shelter there. It's stupendous. It defies all logic, and only in spring will they begin to build this bomb shelter. Brave to rebuild, Vitaly. You work a lot on restoration. You do repair works, and we are happy to cooperate with you. Would you kindly say whether our partners are brave enough to continue being with us that we are so heavily dependent on, and whether you are managing to regain life in those communities where it's most difficult to bring the life of these communities back to life. So funding concerning their restoration, how easy does that come to you? Thank you, Anna, a lot for the work of your fund, because you try in the most comprehensive way to work towards the restoration of the educational system in Ukraine, and you endeavor to do that in a variety of ways, often going for experimenting. You are so inspirational, setting an example for us to opt for a variety of new things in order to revive this educational component. What needs to recognize, just as Mr. Minister has just emphasized, that Russia, Moscovia, in a purposeful way tries to target preschool and school establishments because they are the focus of life. When both you and I recover such things in prefrontal areas, this adds to the revival. Last year, when we were busy dealing with restoring a school in Dergachi community, 16 kilometers off the front line, that village was empty. But later on, when our volunteers went there again, unexpectedly 60 people came up together. So this was a big, massive event organized by us since the time of the full-scale invasion started. The whole community had united, school children, local residents. They tried to clear up what was left of the school building after it had been hit. I have seen here in this room representatives of a few communities where we have been working, and this is truly inspirational because we have there's a big difference between the first impression when we come versus the impressions when we were finishing our work in those communities, those settlements. It's so important that your bravery as educators, teachers, that you take up going for education, because when we go for rural communities, as it was underscored in the study, these are the studies which are very much anchored in their villages, houses, their land. And in their perception, they have nowhere to go because they have lived there all of their lives and they want to keep living there. So that's what we have to support them to the best of our ability. And along with that, it's necessary to understand that recovery of online education shouldn't just focus on recovery of the buildings and setting up new bomb shelters. These underground schools, for example, I could never have possibly imagined in my life that one day our children will be standing underground. But this is the reality of contemporary time, and we need to ensure that children can study most comfortably, even underground. That, along with that, teachers are facing a great challenge, which is to do with the fact that they have to teach remotely, online. And it's wonderful that there is a great pool of such organizations supporting the teaching staff for them to do it at the highest possible level. And we thank our partners, Prosvita, Dera, who are helping the teaching staff very actively to upgrade their skills. What should be done by the communities to engage partners better? First of all, you have to communicate and tell more about yourselves. Like today, you have seen it. When SaveEd showed you different formats of the video presentations about your communities, you need to tell about yourselves, because there are some examples of communities which are very vocal, and a lot of donors keep coming to them, and others look at them from a side and think, how could they manage to do that? It's just because they know how to present themselves beautifully and speak in an eloquent way about their needs and wants. Clearly, not always all communities have internal resources to shoot a beautiful presentation about themselves, and this is a significant challenge for a lot of NGOs and CSOs present here in this room to enter such communities, take them by hand, and unite them with these donors and teach them how to tell about themselves. Another appeal with the communities: reach out to such charitable organizations, CSOs, NGOs that will help you tell about yourselves and present yourselves to donors in order to obtain the necessary assistance, because we need to unite our efforts today. Separate the ministry or separate communities, you will never be able to restore everything, the educational processes, and get things back as they were before the full-scale invasion, at least meeting the needs as we have right now. This is the only way that will enable us to reach this victory. Although Vitaly today is wearing a smart suit, but believe me, he spent so much time recovering and getting his hands mucky. So all of you who are interested in setting up your contacts with him, please do so during the break time. Now, there's a chance for us to start to ask a question of the minister, who can speak in an eloquent and inspirational way. Oksana, the biggest number that we basically expected, but when we can see this number, it makes us so sad. 26% of children who were affirmative in saying that they would like to leave Ukraine. These are high schoolers who are making this choice in favor of the future, and 14% who said they didn't know. And Orash Murko said that in social terms, and it's a highly expected answer, and most likely they also want to leave Ukraine. So let's just generalize that and say nearly a third and half of high schoolers would like to leave Ukraine. So what needs to be done to reverse this trend? Well, Anya, that's exactly what you are doing here, and all of the presentees, representatives of communities, partners, and the ministry are doing so much in order to reverse the situation. Right now, as we're doing each of us the chunk of our work, and you, when you enter community, when you touch upon the sorrows and griefs and begin to tackle the specific cases with whether it be 20 to 150 children, it doesn't matter how many they are the kids. We need to contribute all we can for them to keep developing, and you provide these purposeful, targeted solutions. They're greatly helpful to us as the ministry, just improving our mental state when we know that everyone is friendly, hand in hand, is doing all they can in order to troubleshoot and shape this new policy. But one thing that we as a whole community, as a whole country, and of course the greatest chunk of responsibility lies with us, the policymakers. We need to shape this confident vision of the future, the holistic one, concerning the picture of the future, the day after tomorrow, after the war is over, the picture of the future, the vision of its social and political construction, on what foundations it will be based and function. Once we have communicated that to our nation as a vision at the top level, once we make the whole country fall in love with this vision of the future of Ukraine, then this percentage will steeply decline. And not only that percentage of the high schoolers who are willing to leave Ukraine and go abroad, but then we will be able also to find successfully for those who have already left Ukraine. Therefore, now we have to put all of our policies into a big mega policy, something that the government is busy dealing with, because the Ministry of Economy sees what the economy of the future will be like in terms of its industries. The Ministry of Digitalization right now is cognizant of that future digital society, as well as the Ministry of Education and Science has already shaped its own vision concerning the educational process and VET in Ukraine. So we are working and building on that that has already been created by fantastic teams. So here we are enjoying unity. Unity between the governments and the previous ministers who are present here. Linnea Grinevich, Anna Navasad.
Sergei quit that we communicate about university education. Everything best which was done beforehand must be continued, extended, maybe revised. However, it must be invested. As the government invests into Ukrainian school, it's a separate matter. About equipment for new Ukrainian school, textbooks, also creating the textbooks, education of teachers, that we are investing a lot. And last year, a lot of money was received from government. From government today, the new Ukrainian school develops, and those puzzles complete the wonderful picture of the future. And of course, the war will play its role. Regretfully, it's not even about Russia, because the world enters such a period of turbulence when the wars can outbreak. Those people who are remaining in the communities and return back to communities are most valuable resource, because those are people with a degree of resilience, and they also have great stamina. And on them, as the future, they will build the future of our country. And to some extent, as our country is one of the greatest countries of Europe, it will also impact the future of the entire world, understanding that each of us must build horizontal, vertical links so that this picture of the future will be formed in our society. This is the best. These are the best words. I'm grateful to everyone who have arrived to this place from the communities and cities and municipalities to share the stories. I'm grateful to the audience. On behalf of SAVED, I'm grateful for participation. I give floor to Olena for further technical instructions. I would like to thank our panel for the participation. Dear friends, I know that you are all tired. You would like to move and have coffee. We shall have 20 minutes of coffee break. Please be back at 13:15. 14:15, I mean. And we shall continue. Still an interesting block is ahead of us about what are digital education centers, how they work, and how such centers can be open in your communities.
There are 14 primary and secondary education facilities, 5 preschool, and 2 extracurricular activity facilities in our community. We lived a full life, you know. We didn't even think about anything. We had several events a month. We went on excursions, we invited theater troupes and puppet shows to our place. And before the war, it was completely different. The 24th of February somehow, people had been talking. Yes, we all knew there were rumors whether something would happen or not. A war? Well, what war? No way. It just all began at 5 in the morning. I looked out of the window and people were simply living. They were all getting on with children under their arms. They all had some bags, some backpacks. They were all getting on, departing somewhere. My phone just starts ringing off the hook. One teacher calls and says, "We are being killed." That's what really happened. And you really don't know what to say. Calm down, everything's okay, don't worry, everyone's staying home today, take care. There was no one in the town. No shops or pharmacies were open. There was nobody here. Life was on pause and we lived somehow. We managed to survive today and that's fine for now.
Це будинок культури.
This is Art and Culture Center. When the full-scale invasion began, people used to live here in the basement. Those who lived nearby were hiding there. Then there was a humanitarian warehouse here. Humanitarian aid was being delivered to the people. And one day it was struck, but the missile didn't explode. It just got stuck in the building. And the same night, there was another strike. And as you can see, everything was destroyed.
Може, півроку десь.
Well, probably half a year later or so, approximately, people started to come back to their homes. Children started to come back, but the main issue was that there was nowhere to leave them if you had to go to work. And our local authorities, together with a charitable foundation, have opened a safe place. And there was an opening. Children were gathering. Teachers were here. And we started to work with them. And there are some children who just met for the first time last week. They arrived, saw the form teacher and their classmates for the first time. And they came and they hugged each other, just like some were crying, some were smiling, some were running straight to the toys. Wow, they say, "Is this a ball pit here?" And they talk about the war. They come and say, "Oh, it's nice here. What do you like about it?" Well, you don't hear air raid siren here. And it's necessary to properly explain all this to the children. There are already 5 such places in our community, and they are still not enough. They are really not enough because children keep coming back.
Ці кімнати працюють
These rooms operate 6 days a week, from 8 in the morning till 5 or 6 in the evening, and the schedule is such that there is no lunch, meaning there is no free minute left. Every hour is devoted to a school, a class, some children. We have a lot of lessons on mine safety and first aid. We teach the children everything. We want to give them everything. I really believe that what we are doing, what we are trying to do, to give to the children will just bear fruit. I believe in victory, and I very much want peace. More peace in the country.
We had been studying online probably since the 8th grade. It was pretty weird at first. You had to submit assignments with your phone. But then later, well, we got used to it. We were already making it work because
We understood that we needed it, actually, that we would have to catch up on a lot of things later, and we just physically wouldn't have time. It was exactly the 24th of February when we were supposed to return to school from quarantine, and I woke up at around 7 a.m. or 6 a.m. or so because I heard how the TV was on. I heard news that somehow, well, the news was weird. It was about some explosions, and I I didn't understand what was happening.
В багатьох містах України було чутно вибухи. Ми вводимо воєнний стан.
At 6:30 a.m. I got a call. What should we do? We hear explosions. Well, in the residential area where I live, it wasn't actually really audible at that time. So I said what we will say, what the instructions will be. As for me, I'm going to work.
From the first hours of the war, we heard explosions, we heard how the tanks move, but at that time, we didn't understand that this was the beginning of occupation.
Of course, we had already received a message that the enemy had crossed the border, but instead of running away, we were quickly hiding everything we could hide. That is, our equipment, all the important things, grade books, students'
На
files.
території вокзала
On the territory of the railway station, there were a lot of strikes. On the 5-story apartment building, on the bus, and on the railway station buildings. When the station was being shelled, even from my house, I could hear the explosions. I could hear the roar of tanks. I could hear the artillery shelling. Rumors started circulating that there were already occupants in our town, that they were walking the streets. So we began switching off the lights in the evenings so that it wouldn't be visible from the street that someone was at home. We never, somehow, we didn't despair. We just sort of laughed it off. So eventually we decided to leave. We left my dad with the cat at home. There were times when we were worried because we didn't have a clue what was happening there, and sometimes my dad didn't answer the phone, but still, he found some places where he could get signal to his phone, and that was cool. Later, when we found out that Trostianets was already liberated, they weren't aware of it yet. We phoned them. They didn't really believe it at first, but then they started walking in the streets and they realized that there was no one, that everything was fine. From the first days, probably, the teachers were already calling, saying they wanted to give lessons.
We started by delivering humanitarian aid to all the residents of the town and cleaning our facility at the same time. And in April, we started classes. However, they were remote learning.
The day before Easter, we came back home. Dad met us. We arrived, and I can't even tell you how I felt then. No, it's probably more tears of joy. Well, in the 11th grade, I faced the problem that it's really hard to study now. I know that in some schools in our town, 11th graders go to school once a week. It seems to me that this just isn't enough, and they don't even get enough of the core curriculum like they should.
We always had consultations during the school holidays, both during the autumn and winter vacations, all the time. Children keep coming to school, and I would say they are glad to do so.
We have a lot of obstacles that hinder us. There are constant air raid alerts. We have to quickly leave our place and head to a shelter that's not even on the premises of our school. I really wish we could have more opportunities and that the children could feel safer and comfortable.
Our community is the only one in the region where as many as 2 lyceums were renovated under the President's big construction program. They were fully equipped with the interactive devices, computers. Classrooms are all of the most modern design.
When the school was being renovated, as you all can see, it was made in compliance with new standards and necessarily for children with special educational needs.
Our major called me at 6 in the morning and said, "Lydia Pavlovna, the war has started." Of course, we had to make a decision at that very moment. Children from all educational institutions stayed at home. However, we did not yet understand what would happen next. And 2 or 3 days later, we knew that some children and their families would simply leave. There were 2,760 children in our community before the war. Currently, we have only 100 less children studying in our institutions. In total, we have 340 children who have gone abroad. They all expressed a desire to study at our institutions remotely. At Lyceum number 3, we have organized timetabled consultations for first-grade children from all the schools in our town. As for the 3rd and 4th graders, they meet less often, but nonetheless, we have also organized consultations with the teachers for them so that they can see each other, so that they can at least meet with the teacher in core subjects, such as mathematics and Ukrainian, because it gives much better results.
The war broke out and everyone switched to remote learning. It was very disappointing when, on the 22nd of July 2022, I woke up at night to the sound of missiles flying here.
Within 20 minutes, all 3 educational institutions, all 3 lyceums in Apostolove were demolished. Those were 7 missile strikes that razed Lyceum number 1 to the ground.
The collapse of all hopes, because their school is my life. I was very, very scared when I returned to town, actually to take my first steps, to see the extent of destruction. Rumble, horror. When we arrived in the morning, we saw that the educational institution had been destroyed. Part of the educational institution was destroyed. Teachers and parents helped to clean up the mess. And we decided that life goes on anyway, and we have to work. That is why we're supporting the Lyceum now. We have fixed things up around here.
It is impossible to resume the operation of all 3 lyceums during the war. Our only hope today is to set up some kind of modular school. This is our only hope, because almost 2,000 children in Apostolove are now being forced to study remotely.
I treat pupils like my children, and now when I go about my business in the town and meet our students, then, well, you should have seen these meetings. The children leaving their parents behind rush to hug me.
Group work is essential for children because they need to come, say something to each other, shake hands, and somehow get away from everything. This is how it all will be. And if we have a modular school, then all this is possible. I've traveled over almost every European country. I've seen and I know how they live. I really like their lifestyle, and I will be happy if Ukraine becomes a member of the European Union and manages to reach this level of life.
Такого рівня життя.
Березнегувате Arts and Culture Center has 3 choreographic groups, 1 children's vocal studio, and 2 vocal ensembles. Before, there used to be concerts on this stage, almost every week. And now, it's just us sitting here and that's it. Because we're 70 kilometers from zero line. And at any moment, something can hit. And now, to organize concerts, well, it's a bit dangerous. 50 meters from our Arts and Culture Center, their administrative office building and music school. And this facility was hit. Here we have a small crater. Also, at the same moment, as far as I recall, another S-300 missile fell in the park, but it did not explode then. I studied at this school. On this side we had a junior wing, and this is senior wing. As you can see, there's practically nothing left. It's only a new school can be built here. It is beyond repair. As soon as the fighting started, 2 cruise missiles hit it. One struck this corner, it is from the very beginning. The other one struck the far wing. Well then, there were 5 strikes, as far as I recall. Remote education started back in the days of COVID. And I'm telling you, when it's 4 years of remote education, it's very, very hard. Both emotionally, well, in the first place, it is very, very hard emotionally both for teachers and children. Whatever teachers can do, they do. When the power goes out, an air raid alert sounds, and internet is out, there's no more learning. The Educational Center for Berezneguvate will be a facility where children will, first of all, have a chance to communicate with each other and get an education. We have 3 schools and 2 kindergartens. How can we accommodate everyone in a single educational center? Well, to begin with, we'll launch it. We'll arrange a shelter. And then, I don't know. Well, we've already had a conversation with the schools and kindergartens principals. Time will be allocated for each facility. For instance, a school gets a time slot from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. And they will further decide themselves, or, well, we're still negotiating. There were decorations here. There were some disassembled chairs there. Well, a whole bunch of stuff. And then, well, we need to lunch. We need to work. In order to work, we need to have a shelter. At the moment, we're making this shelter. Children are our future. If a child does not develop, if they have no access to education, there will be trouble. I have 3 children. They're my support, my inspiration. The main thing is that there be no war to begin with. There's no war, everyone will be alive and healthy, and the rest will happen. Everything else at the moment is, well, it's all trivial. There were 3 schools, 4 kindergartens in our local community before the full-scale invasion. They all were up and running. Our children had certain achievements in study, sports, and arts.
На сьогоднішній день, на жаль,
Unfortunately, today, all our gainings, everything we had done, all were destroyed. Schools, kindergartens, community centers, administrative services office, our pride. We built it from scratch.
Ну, враження таке було, що
Well, the feeling was like, in the story of Danko's heart, as if someone tore it out and squeezed it just like that. Since the beauty of the village turned basically into ruins. And later, after the heavier artillery and aerial bombardment, I saw what was left of school.
це був жах. Коли їдеш на машині, і ти бачиш.
It was horror. When you drive and see wrecked houses, poles, and wires lying on the ground, houses burning over there. I want to tell you, almost the entire village had left by March 26 to 27. It was hard. Very hard to do it all. To wake up, to get relatives out, to get people out, you understand? The hardest was to bury people. When the family of the parish says, Sergei Nikolaevich, I won't come, bury them yourself. We had to bury not even the body, not the person, but what was left of them.
Не тіло, не людину, а те, що від неї залишилось. Коли закінчилися...
And when the fighting ceased and people started to return to their homes, we saw that families with children did not return. They do not return. And I understand them. Where to return? When their homes are destroyed, damaged, when there are no school, no kindergarten.
Вийшов на зв'язок з батьками.
I got in touch with the parents and the school principal. All the teachers actually came back. We told them, if you want to work, it is necessary to recover. It is necessary to return. They said at the time, what can we do here? There is no power, no internet. And you know what my answer was? Come home, clean up around the house, cover it up. And this will already be a help. All the teachers followed my advice and came back. And they set an example for our young families to come back. When we assembled boys and girls, youth I mean, then grown-ups joined us. And I said, we need to do something. This school won't be rebuilt in a year or two. Meanwhile, our children need to study somewhere. Let's make small centers like this. The first place we rebuilt was our local council office. I was looking for funds, and some people donated windows, some doors, some pieces of slate for roofing.
це крило.
It's Arts and Culture Center wing, and it was handed to us for use as an educational space. And we are going to set up 4 classrooms here. This gives me hope and optimism. I am already starting to come back to life a little bit. I am already getting a second wind, as athletes say, because my spirit was completely down before.
Упав морально духом.
1 червня
Чуть-чуть, бо ми вже всі втомилися і хотіли би, мабуть, йти до завершення, але ще мусимо трохи послухати.
Ще одна частина презентації, і я передаю слово співзасновниці благодійного фонду «СайВЕД», нашій директорці з регіонального розвитку Ані Пуцевій, яка поговорить про освітні центри як рішення для відновлення доступу до освіти.
Anna Boots, who will discuss the access to education. Thank you very much indeed, dear friends. I'm nearly confident that today I have a complicated mission to quickly finalize our today's event because I understand the scope of information which has arrived. We all understand it's difficult to stay for 3 hours with the understanding that the brain activity is very high and someone wants to draw conclusions and communicate with the colleagues who have arrived. Nevertheless, it's important to discuss within our today's event of the important decision that with SAVED Foundation, other partners are implementing, also with You Lead with Europe, with support of European Commission. This is creation of educational centers, and this is a decision as restoring the access to education. If the colleagues can do it and can help me, I can receive help, I will be very grateful. Therefore, because otherwise I believe that we cannot start. Frankly speaking, I'm usually responsible for infrastructure things, like shelters, talking to the foreman, making procurement. Therefore, to me, this is a debut, which is kind of difficult to leave the comfort zone. Therefore, I'm grateful for your support, because really I would like to share with you. You will hear the word really, because you will hear it often from me. We would like to discuss this solution as an option of what can be implemented in every school if there is such a space, and to focus on why is that important. My name is Anna Butsova. For a long time, I have worked in the education. Pathetically speaking, I am the educationalist in the third generation. And my main work was always in creating different opportunities for the education in the communities, because as you may know, from 2015 in the education, quite a lot of changes took place, including decentralization, transfer of property, a number of interesting stages. Somebody wanted to have it in their experience. At the same time, I worked for the Ministry of Education and Science, helping to sort things out, followed by several international initiatives, is the beginning of the full-size invasion into the territory of Ukraine. Together with Anna Novosad, we understood that it is really important to find the opportunity, not to lose that time, not to waste that time, and to raise the topic of education. So the topic of the military and helping the military, helping the people who have lost their homes, is on the high level. It is more important because those are human lives. Nevertheless, we must understand that educated people is our future. In spite of those dark times, we need to look into the future. Please don't look at me. Shall we discuss the educational centers? Say, and together with partners, are creating digital educational centers. This was the name, followed by multifunctional educational centers. In Dnipropetrovsk, I don't like that word. I would like to say Dnipro district, Dnipro Oblast. In that region, we have cooperation with UNICEF. We are creating the educational centers with logo Spilno. We have a big network, and today our centers are called beehives. I would like to tell you of the story of why they are called in such way. Please imagine such landscapes that we encountered after the occupation of Chernihiv and Kiev Oblast. We have visited, we saw the destroyed schools, also destroyed lives, empty eyes who did not understand what future can there be. Understanding that the resources to restore schools from ruins requires quite a lot. All of you who understands what is calculation for the infrastructure project would understand. Those are huge amounts, even to make the design to restore the building. Yet we had to do something to find a quick solution. Our quick solution was that we find a space, trying to equip it in order to have the opportunity for children to come together, to ask their questions and receive their answers. Such a solution was the concept of creating educational centers. We began to work in Kiev Oblast, Chernihiv Oblast, together with Save the Children. We do it with our international, regulate with Europe. There is also a center in Lubech, in Rybki. Then we went to Mykolaiv Oblast after our military gave us the opportunity to work in that region by taking the troops away from Kherson. We began to cooperate with the city of Mykolaiv, and now we have the network throughout the region, predominantly the occupied or damaged communities, and you saw the representatives of those communities, including Snigurivka, Червона Долина, Березнегувате, Berezань community, Novogrigorivska community, Voznesenska community, the village of Novogrigorivka. We have huge geography, and therefore we also work, as I said before, in the Dnipropetrovsk region. We have also worked together with the network will grow to 25 out of 6, and this is a powerful instrument. To work with it, I will discuss the direction of this work later. And also we work in Kharkiv region, and predominantly we have implemented the projects on digital educational centers within initiative You Lead with Europe and European Commission. Coming back to the beehive. The educational centers, quite a fast solution. it must not replace the schools. This is an important element that must suggest us of a thought. This is a space. We must all understand it's a space where children, under those conditions, they stay to come together and to study and to have access to gadgets that I will discuss later, to have the opportunity to understand what is the importance of this skill to study in their lives. Because for small children, the primary school, that skill was not yet formed, not formed at all. Therefore, they need to have such a space. Thanks to the analysis, the understanding of communities that we have traveled, understanding the context, communicating with different representatives of schools, local governments, we made a conclusion that this can be the fast solution and can be of help. Now let us discuss who are the visitors of our center. Before you, Anna and Dmitro. Anna from Novogrigorievka, which is Mykolaiv Oblast, and Dmitro is from Lubich, which is Chernigiv Oblast. What's common among them? What is common are the willingness and the opportunities, and what is different is hundreds of kilometers that divide Chernigiv from Mykolaiv. Anna, for example, cannot study from home. She has access to education on the internet, to the distance learning, only with the help of creating a center in the community. Our tutors are telling us that if somewhere in the morning any of them receive a call from Viber to the telephone, they know for sure that Anna comes close to the center, and she is asking what classes are today. And for her sake, they must arrive and give her the opportunity to stay there, give her the opportunity of accessing education, talking with the peers, and being in the context of what is happening. This is Dmitro. Dmitro graduates from school, and he badly needs access to education. The center he is attending is 17 kilometers away from his place of residency. Every day, in any weather, Dmitro takes the bike and goes to the center to study. I would kindly request you, I hope those children will see our broadcasting, to applaud those children for their thirst to education. Due to such brave, understanding children, we have the opportunity to have the future. And Savand, with different initiatives, is helping them. Coming back to the beehive, I will request you kindly, I dream to do that, influencing the masses. Please close your eyes. Please imagine the picture of November. You know that it's rainy, the weather is terrible. There is rain, you don't understand what's happening. In the school, they replace the windows, heating does not work, and it's all very wet and cold. You enter it, and you understand that it's really cold. It tells educational center, opening the door. According to the classic, everything melts down. The temperature is growing. You open the door, and you can see a beehive, where on one hand, there are teachers who complete the journals, build their plans, they understand of some certifications and other procedures. On the other hand, just 80 square meters.
On the other hand, 7th graders have just come for the consultation to their geography teacher. On the other hand, you can see Ms. Tatiana with her little ones are getting up from the computer to say that 4 of them have just won 20 diamonds in Edu10. This is a real attainment which is hard to get, and they're so happy that they have done it and they have such an opportunity. In another nook of this room, it doesn't seem that this room has 4 but more nooks and corners to it. In another corner of the room, you can see some girls who are getting ready for the evening party. They're singing together with their tutor Dasha. They're training dance routines. You leave this place and you are so enthusiastic, overwhelmed, and you feel so hot because a lot of people are in and there is no very good ventilation. When you're out in the corridor space, you can see Ms. Natalia, who is dreaming for the school to go offline at long last. So this is our school number 20 in the city of Chernigov. By the way, give a round of applause to Ms. Natalia, who is with us here today, the headmistress of the school. This is a fantastic example of the synergies. The local authorities, foundations, local authorities, etc. At a certain point, due to her, we started to take pride in ourselves and believe in ourselves. We tender girls could take up repair works and do something important for the community. I'm very much grateful to School 20. When I saw it, I thought it was a true beehive, but because we are educators and we think we have to go through analysis, synthesis, analytical articles, so we did a poll, a survey, and in the network of the children that we were working with, all of them liked the name and everybody approved this title, the beehive or vulik in Ukrainian. Now, a few numbers. You have heard a lot of numbers today. But still, let me draw your attention to the numbers on the screen. In summary, all of the feelings experienced by our school children, well, here it says that all of them are anxious. This is the only kind of feeling presented on the slide. But a variety of different groups of children. Well, this is due to my problem with sight, so visual impairment. But it's all about anxiety. It should have been different emotions. So let's remove this unpleasantness. So what are we on about? So for the children not to feel anxious, they have to be busy dealing with something, right? And our educational centers do exactly that. They offer different types of activities, and in a while we'll talk about that. But firstly, let me tell you about the categories of children that come. Of course, there it was supposed to be about feeling anxious, not feeling safe, wanting to get socialized. Something that they lack is human warmth. I happen to read in some studies that for an individual to feel safe and reassured and happy, he or she needs relationships of different kind. These may be relationships with teachers, age mates, romantic relationships with parents, whatever. A human being needs another human being. That's what matters. So there are different categories of children that we cater to. We try to study them as best as we can. And we know very well how important it is for them to have access to different activities. These are the children who cannot study offline. We have met Anna and Metro, so these are the children like that. Children who have restrictions in terms of offline learning. Once we went to Mikhailo Kotyubinsky town in Chernigiv region to talk to Mr. Mykolaev, another crush. We had a real crush on him, and we said, Mr. Mykola, what is a chance for children right now to go offline and study? And he said in his mannerism, well, they can study online, they can take their parents' telephones and they can use these gadgets. On the one hand, this was absurd and ridiculous to hear, whereas on the other hand, it was a huge problem. This was 2022. I know that the ministries and lots of different organizations have done a lot in order to ensure access for children to learning. But it's still there, and educational centers can help with that. The children that require additional academic and psycho-emotional support. Today, a lot has been said about the fact that children need attention. They need to be able to retain attention, because the children have to shape this skill to ask and solicit attention and help. Unless they feel that, especially when they study remotely, they have to have a place to go to and reach out for help and consultations. Therefore, these educational spaces are definitely helpful to kids to meet this need. And then, of course, parents of educational institutions, parents and residents in local communities. Let me dig deeper into the final point. We haven't found the photographs in our archives, but let's just visualize that. In one of the villages, the village of Anisev in Chernigiv region, very close to the city of Chernigiv, even hostilities were very close and occupation was nearby. So we set up a digital educational space in a shelter, if you can call it a shelter, because it was a pokey premise that could be equipped underground. So we went in there and we saw that the tutors were rushing somewhere. And we asked them, so why are you hasting the kids out? Why are you inviting them to leave these premises? And they said to us, you see, we have a women's club here. And we said, well, what about if we stay for this women's club? And they say, well, the thing is, we sing together, we make candles for the soldiers in trenches, we make clothes. We are so many women who are waiting for their husbands to come back home from the front line because they don't want to stay at home. You know what happens in the evening. You are tired, you wash your feet and go to bed. It's boring and tedious, but they wanted to have some recreation, some time out, and this was a place for them to go and have this time out. So for the parents of these children and residents of the community, this also became a great tool. So something I wanted to bring to your attention. Now, what digital opportunities do we have? This slide serves the following purpose. Who listened to Olenka carefully? Please raise your hands. Great. If you all have listened to Olenka carefully, then you know that the administration members, directorate, and the teachers, they said everything was very bad in terms of gadgets and equipment. This thing is always never enough. So at our center, we always try to provide technological solutions, digital solutions. When working with our partners, we provide them with the recommendations and explain why we need computers, printers, project devices, projection devices, overhead projectors, for the children to have access to those, because it's another dimension of their qualitative future. Why? Today you saw a video from the communities where we worked with during our study. You saw the ruins. You saw some pictures at the beginning of my presentation. Ruins, damage. If you get to travel around Ukraine, you know that there are some geographies where you go through, you traverse them, and all you see is ruins. And that's what our children see. And that sets their mentality. That's why children have to be shown another quality. It's important. Physically, you have to verbalize that. You need to demonstrate that. It needs to be palpable, tangible. That's what else is possible during even the time of war. Therefore, once again, we stress the point that the educational centers need to have very good gadgets and equipments at their disposal. Another thing greatly important to understand is that these educational spaces have to be well structured. It's not just merely a place where you can go to. Otherwise, it will be just a space used on and off when people don't know properly how to manage it. I wouldn't say that this is an institution, but this is a kind of a body that needs to be properly run and managed. So we have to be aware of what challenges these centers can help us to overcome, what it promotes. My auntie has written to me that I should wave a hand to her, Aunt Ola, hello. So we need to ensure full access to our school children to learning, if possible, especially in the communities where they don't have devices, where there are power outages, no connectivity. This was really scary. These Buryats, one of the minority in the Russian Federation, how they horrified people. I remember some people coming to us from the kindergarten saying that they didn't have the children's blankets and small spoons. Everything had been stolen. Not everybody is like that lady from Snegurivka village who went and hid everything, but there are some schools that unfortunately lost their property. Next, children need to be provided psycho-emotional support too, especially when they're teenagers, as well as their parents and teachers. So this is back to the point of nurturing and forging relationships. Next, it matters to communicate and to get socialized. Here, I would put an emphasis on the youngest, the preschoolers and primary school children. We have an interesting story from Snegurivka village when a small boy, a first grader, he was sitting and waiting, and he said, "Can you switch this teacher to another teacher?" Because he didn't quite understand that these were real people, but not just. And she was all alone, and he would have to live with her for 4 next years. And I don't think he was happy about hearing this news, but the psycho-emotional support was probably needed at that point. Also, to catch up with educational losses. A small promotion to make. Now, our fund is opening up a new niche of activities together with UNICEF, in partnership with UNICEF, in the Dnipropetrovsk region. We are planning to implement a special project to support schools to cover the educational gaps. It's about 500 schools to support, and I would like to help Olga, in particular, the one who's just dashing out of the room. Give her a round of applause, please. I very much hope that we will pull it off, and later on we will get you all together to show our deliverables. And something else that this space caters to, we need to reinforce the idea that these centers have to provide you with the opportunities of informal education. What's that about? Our children know how to make different nets and make candles for trenches, which is also an element of informal education. But we also buy different fiction and non-fiction books. Recently I learned the difference between the two. Different board games and lots of different other amenities, so that children, in addition to academic subjects, can also delve into some other activities. And because we educators have already a track record, proven track record, we have a wide range of different partnerships and networks. Many familiar faces are here in this hall. Thank you very much for getting involved in this forging this network of educational spaces. So this also enables us to equip and upgrade the skills and aptitudes of both educators and administrators in the sphere of education. One more thing to draw your attention to. The educational space is not to replace a school. We are perfectly aware that if in your communities you have this educational center, by the way, speaking of which, in strikingly different spaces, ranging from the culture houses like in the village of Chervona to dispensaries, to underground opportunities in the Kharkiv region, for example, because it's very close to the contact line, to ordinary classrooms. We understand that let it be 100 square meters, but of course this cannot replace the schoolroom, but still lots of different activities are there. You can get basketball to play, you can practice a musical instrument, but this is very difficult to implement within such a pokey space. Yet, it's meant to develop the children and give them different impetuses in terms of where they would like to develop and how. So this educational spaces is also an ecosystem of people. These are schoolmasters and mistresses who facilitate the developments of such systems. It's all about teachers who utilize this instrument, try to kick in the work of such centers actively. And with the help of this tool, once again, it's a tool, I repeat, set it up and utilize it. So they use it as a space, as an opportunity, giving access to books, extracurricular studies. Sometimes we even have gigs and concerts taking place there. Managers and administrators who know that access to education is granting access to education is one of their primary functions, and they're responsible for that by law. And for us, the community of educators, education specialists, it's a venue to our target audiences. We need to understand what products we have to carry to them, which solutions are better, which are inferior, what we can offer them together in partnerships with different partners in conditions that we have found ourselves in today. So let us also speak about tutors, the people who work in these centers, because the walls, no matter how beautifully painted they may be, and these are just bare walls. In any space, something that infuses it with life is the people working there. So these are our tutors. I have presented you with this slide for you to understand what specific assignments our tutors are busy dealing with. They get to administer, provide administrative and methodological support to teachers, in particular in Izum. For example, we had Mr. Zhadan, a Ukrainian writer and poet, to present his book. It was an interesting case due to the lecturers and coordinators working in regions and fields. We can also deliver lectures on sexual education, which is also an extremely important point because there's so much information all around us, and we need to choose the most important. And of course, the teachers who are keen on this tool, they also run their extra school activities, academic activities likewise. It all depends on the safety and security situation. Now let me give you some details. This is what it usually looks like. This is the way our classes are run and conducted. Now, all of the tutors who have come to us today, would you kindly come up here on the stage and show yourselves so that we know who these people are, the specialists working. Ksenia and Yulia from Vysunsk, Ksenia and Natalia from Galitsin, and lots of different ladies. She's introducing their names. Natalia, Irina, Alexander, Petrovich, please don't sit down, I will still be telling about you. Berezan Lyceum is presented here today. Olena, Anastasia, Victoria, Olga, Natalia, Alina, Yulia from Kharkiv region. All of these people make it possible for our children to gain access of education. So they are educational heroes and heroines. Now let me dig deeper into the man who I call Petrovich. Maybe it's a bit too familiar in terms of addressing him, but anyway, it's his patronymic. Somebody asked me, can you tell us how activities are presented in your center? And they say, Petrovich is a Django champion. If he starts playing Django, then it's impossible to stop him. He's our best friend and tutor. We're so lucky to have him as our partner. Thanks a lot for that. It's a huge win for us that kids have such a friend in your person, in your capacity. people are an indelible, intrinsic part of establishing such centers. It's something that we all have these commonalities between us. Mykolaiv region with Kharkiv region. It's a great network of connections. There are lots of different similarities, for example, between Katyuzhanka and Pavlograd. All of these residential points have so much in common because they do believe in the future of their children and they want to ensure that future.
This number is quoted more than once. 50% of children have access to education only online. However, we cannot receive these emotions online. Sympathy, happiness, inspiration, pride, excitement, joy, hope, gratitude. Those emotions can only be generated by relations, only by the people around us. I understand that possibly in the families, they also have it. Maybe people are living in big families. Yet, joy of communicating with the peers and with supporters can only reinforce such emotions. For the sake of it, at least in every community, there must be an educational center. Thank you. In more detail about creating the educational centers can be found from our manual. There is QR code, our work, and I hope that if you have more questions, you can communicate with us and we can discuss that in detail. While Anna was talking, we understood how this speech inspired everyone, and we decided that we shall start a new genre, say with the standard. Anna will be we shall attend communities, and Anna will be the main artist of it. I would like to thank all of you. It looked like 4 hours is a lot, and yet it passed rather quickly. Everything that we spoke about, all of that takes place, the restoration and the belief in the children that you give, all thanks to you, teachers and tutors, leaders of communities, directors of schools. We are grateful for your work, and we hope that today you and our partners who are also present in this room have heard a lot of interesting things. That our study presented today will become a roadmap, and it will help you to form the strategy of your communities and your schools and your organizations, if it is about partner organizations, charity foundations that operate in Ukraine. Everybody is willing to speak and communicate with each other. We are limited time-wise. Nobody tells me that we just have half an hour. We still have some time in order to have a lunch to communicate in a better way. I wish you, everybody, a good continuation of the day. Just tell you goodbye until the next meetings. And the last one, last but not least, to me as a director of the foundation, like Anna Novosad, I would like to thank that this event became possible, those people who remain behind the scenes, those people who work 24/7. This is our team, SaveEd. Our communication people, communication team, also our team of operational fundraising, Nastya and Katya, our accounting office, our project division, content of education division, Nastya, Olga, who is a mother of tutors, as we call Olga these days. And also procurement, and yes, indeed, accountants and the procurement people are most important in every organization. We would like to thank the team for your devotion, that you tolerate our 150 amendments and notifications at the midnight or 5 o'clock in the morning. The results are obvious and this work is useful. Shall we enjoy our lunch?